We are on the record for hearings in the matters listed in the North Dakota Industrial Commission hearing docket for January 22nd. I am David Garner, hearing examiner for these hearings. We are at the hearing room for the Department of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas Division, and it is 9:03 a.m. On the docket, the following matters will be continued or dismissed. Case number 31437 continued. Case number 31438 continued. Case number 31396 continued. Case number 31251 continued. Case number 31393 continued. Case number 31394 continued. Case number 31440 dismissed. Case number 31442 dismissed. Case number 31444 dismissed. Case number 31238 continued. Case number 31264 continued. Case number 31448 continued. Case number 31449 continued. Case number 31450 continued. Case number 31451 continued. Case number 31452 continued. Case number 31456 continued. Case number 31457 continued. Case number 31458 continued. Case number 31460 continued. Case number 31461 continued. Case number 31462 continued. Case number 31463 continued. Case number 31464 continued. Case number 31397 continued. Case number 31398 continued. Case number 31399 continued. The administrative docket starts on page 5 with case number 31448 and goes through case number 31501 on the supplement. These cases will be heard in the next room with Michael Zisch. Audio recordings of the cases of the administrative docket will be placed on the Oil and Gas website by the end of the week. If you wish to appear in one of the matters on the administrative docket, please appear in the next room. If there is opposition to the matter, it will be brought back into this hearing room to be heard, and your statements and evidence will be taken. We will begin with moving to case number 31434. Application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company, LP, for an order amending the applicable orders for the Murphy Creek Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping stand-up 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 25 and 36, Township 145 North, Range 95 West, and sections 4 and 9, Township 144 North, Range 95 West, Dunn County, North Dakota, and authorize 7 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company, LP. I have 3 witnesses I intend to call in this case and the following 2 cases as well. They're kind of all tied together. It'll be Claire Jackson, Brenton Chentnick, and Will Carlisle. And we do also have a drilling engineer on standby. I don't intend to call unless some questions come up relating to that it becomes necessary.
Ms. Jackson.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Claire, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed and in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Claire Jackson. I'm a land negotiator with ConocoPhillips, and I'm located at 925 North Eldridge Parkway, Houston, Texas, 77079.
And Claire, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have not.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and briefly give us your educational background and then relevant work experience?
Right. So I have an energy management degree from the University of Oklahoma Price College of Business, and I've been a land negotiator with ConocoPhillips for 2.5 years.
And Claire, are you familiar with the land matters that are associated with the proposed spacing units we're going to be discussing today?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and you've prepared some land-related exhibits?
Yes.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Ms. Jackson be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Claire, let's start with your exhibit 1.1. Can you identify the proposed 2560 that you're requesting today?
Yes, so we're applying for an overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit for a 7-well density that encompasses Sections 4 and 9, Township 144 North, Range 95 West, and sections 25 and 36, township 145 north, range 95 west.
Let's move on then to Exhibit 1.2. Can you take us through your working interest in that proposed spacing unit?
Yes. This table is the preliminary ownership of the proposed spacing unit we're applying for today. Marathon Oil Company owns 42.92% working interest. Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company owns 41.57% working interest. And XTO Holdings LLC owns 7.31% working interest.
Okay. Then let's move on to the working interest in the underlying spacing units on the next page.
Right. So the next page will be the ownership for the contributing spacing unit for the 2560. The first one is the Gold Point DSU. The parent well operator is Burlington Resources, and they have 83.53% working interest, and XTO Holdings LLC has 14.69% working interest. The next underlying DSU is the Derkach DSU, which the parent well operator is Marathon Oil Company, has 85.29% working interest, and Dorchester Minerals Management LP has 9.37% working interest.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Claire, could I have you flip to Exhibit 1.1?
Yes.
Between 36 and 4, the sections, there's a township correction. Do you have the exact footages on the west and east side of how many feet that offset is?
I do not have that written, but I know that I believe our geologist on the line does have that information.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, good morning. This is Brent Chetnick, the geologist that Claire was referencing. Would you like?
Brenton, hey, just hang on. We can cover that question once we get you sworn in and kind of go through your testimony. We can address that as well. So just hold
Thank
tight.
you.
Yep.
Mr. Chetnick, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Brenton, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, Brenton Chetnick. I'm employed by ConocoPhillips as a geologist, and I need to look up my business address. I apologize. Okay, so apologies for that. It's 925 North Eldridge Parkway, Houston, Texas, zip code 77079.
And Brenton, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the geology underlying the proposed spacing units?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Chetnick be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Brenton, let's start with your Exhibit 2.1. If you can describe the structure underlying this proposed spacing unit.
Yep, so in Exhibit 2.1, you see a structure map on the top of the upper box scale, which represents kind of the general structure of the intervals we would be targeting in this area. Relatively benign structure, and you can see, across the majority of the spacing unit, we're at about 8,350 feet TVD asset. And you can see the type log that I'll have on the following exhibit highlighted up in section 30 of Township 145 North, 94 West.
Sure. And let's move on to 2.2 then, if you can take us through that type log.
Yep, so this is an A1 type log. It's really what I've highlighted here is the definition of the Bakken Severance Pool, 6 feet above Bakken Formation highlighted there, and then the base of the bird bear. And then we believe Middle Bakken is the most prospective interval, which I've highlighted with the kind of gray star that you see there.
Okay. And Brenton, there aren't any structural anomalies, anything like that, that would concern you with respect to developing this with the 4-mile laterals?
No, nothing like that. And I think we have enough control with the existing parent wells on the unit to constrain our map interpretation. No concerns there.
Sure. Let's move on then to exhibit number 2.3, and if we could have you describe to the commission how you would propose to develop the spacing unit, and then also address the question with respect to footages where we've got the correction line.
Yeah, so we're still working on detailed surveys, but what I can tell today that I have available, the township and sections are offset by about 190 feet to address the question up front. And then what you can see here is the highlighted 2560 spacing unit in red. Pipe log again is in kind of the top right of section 30, and then I've highlighted in kind of gas gray, yellow highlight 7 4-mile lateral, and how we would space those out.
That is all the questions I have for Mr. Chetnik on this case. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Brenton, are you going to be answering questions about drilling plans as well?
We have a drilling engineer who's on the call who can answer any drilling specific questions. Excuse me, I'm getting a little feedback.
Okay, well, I'll ask, and the ones that you want to defer, go ahead.
Okay.
What are your plans for the existing 2-mile laterals?
We're still working through our plan, parent well, conducting an evaluation right now to determine how close we plan on drilling next to those parent wells, and then that will determine whether or not we end up plugging and abandoning those wells like we've done in other parts of the asset, or if we will put those wells back on production. So that plan has yet to be fully developed.
Would you be planning on batch drilling these?
That would be the plan, yes.
So all 7 at the same time?
That's the hope, yeah. Our current plan is to have a pad large enough to do drilling operations on go.
And do you have an anticipated spud date?
Our current spud date is kind of still in flux right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Brenton, where is your proposed surface location for these wells?
So we have a couple. We're currently working on a location that's in section 5 on the kind of western third of the unit, in the very northern portion of section 25. So the wells be drilled from north to south.
You said in the northwest of 25?
That's our current location that we're currently scouting, but we're not locked into a specific site at this time. We have a couple of different options that we're working on the optimal location with landowners in the area and what is going to be the best for our execution of the program here.
Is the easternmost well in 25 and 36, is that a Three Forks well?
These will, in our current development plan, will all be Middle Bakken wells.
Yeah, understood, but in 25 and 36, the easternmost well, is that a Three Forks well?
Oh, the existing parent well, I believe that's a Middle Bakken well.
So you're going to drill right over the top of it or right next to it?
Yeah, we would probably not drill on top of it, but adjacent to it, similar to some other, it'd be what we would term like a drill over. So
And I would ask that you submit for the record, once you know what that offset is between those section lines on the east and west side across the township line.
Yeah, in terms of an exact footage,
Correct.
yep, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Brenton, I just wanted to ask the question on that easternmost well in 25 and 36. You had said it was a Middle Bakken well. It looks like it's red on your exhibit, and the logs indicate it's a Three Forks well. So I'm not sure if we're looking at the same well here.
Yeah, sorry. What? Yes, my apologies. You are indeed are correct. The way I have this fixed place on there was masking that. You're correct. That easternmost well is Three Forks well, and then there's a Middle Bakken well to the west of that.
So the well, the 4-mile well that you'd be drilling over it would be a Middle Bakken well.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Carlisle,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Will, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes. I work for my name is Will Carlisle. I'm a reservoir engineer for ConocoPhillips. Our business address is located at 925 North Eldridge Parkway in Houston, Texas, 77079.
And Will, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the engineering matters associated with the proposed spacing units?
Yes, I am.
I would move the testimony of Mr. Carlisle be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Will, let's start with your Exhibit 3.1. Can you describe for us how you would intend to drill and complete these wells?
Yes, I can. So what you're looking at here on Exhibit 3.1 is a little more schematic. We expect to be able to deliver these wells as a normal three-string well design. And on the lateral side of things, we would plan to run a 4.5-inch cemented liner and complete this well with approximately 100 stages across the 4-mile lateral. We would execute these in a manner of plug and perf operation. So yeah, that's information for this exhibit.
Okay. Let's move on to Exhibit 3.2. Can you summarize the reservoir data?
Yeah, so pretty generic. Middle Bakken reservoir data. We anticipate the net thickness to be approximately 35 feet. On the recovery side, estimate this well to be able to, for each of these wells, to deliver just over 1 million barrels of oil per well. On a recovery factor basis per well, each well will add an incremental recovery of 6% across that DSU.
Okay. And then moving on to Exhibit 3.3, can you describe the economics for the proposed wells?
Yes, I can. So with an approximate well cost in the range of $12 million, even assuming some price tag assumptions, I anticipate that each of these wells will deliver a positive return for each of the working interest parties involved.
Okay. So, Will, in your opinion, if the commission approves this 2560 to allow for this development, would that prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, I do believe so.
Okay. Mr. Examiner, I have no further questions. We do I don't have it attached, but we do have gas capture plan affidavits for this case and the others, just with the weather issues in Houston. Haven't been able to get those. We anticipate we should be able to get those to you, tomorrow.
Okay. Do you want to admit the other exhibits?
What's that?
Do you want to admit the other exhibits?
Oh, yes, I would offer the engineering exhibits, sorry.
The exhibits are admitted. This record will remain open until the February hearings to satisfy publication requirements, and during that time, you can submit any other necessary materials.
Sure, thank you.
Any questions from the staff?
Well, if the surface location is in the northwest of 25, do you anticipate any issues drilling the easternmost 4-mile horizontal wells?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. We do have a drilling engineer online to address any more technical concerns, but I can say from a high level, that is one of the factors that we are optimizing on in narrowing down our pad location. So as Brenton, our geologist, previously stated, as we're working with landowners, we're also, taking that information in conjunction with where we're trying to place our pad to make sure we can successfully land that easternmost well.
So if the preliminary plan is in the northwest of 25, you must feel you can drill those easternmost wells?
Yeah, I can defer that follow-up to our drilling engineer.
Okay.
There's an existing pad in the northeast of 25, is that correct? With, that has those original 2 wells on it? Is that
Yeah,
correct?
that's correct.
Okay. I guess would there be, kind of adding on to Mark's question, if you can't drill those wells from the northwest, is that existing pad without having another surface disturbance an option?
I think ideally, sorry, I'm getting some feedback. Ideally, we will be selecting a pad location where we can successfully execute all wells in a singular event. However, that does not leave us in the situation where we will plan to abandon any laterals that couldn't be drilled from a surface location. So, if we were severely constrained on surface availability and could not drill the easternmost well from our westernmost pad, we would be looking for an alternative location to divide up the unit into a multi-well event or multi-drill event.
Okay, thank you. And I'm not sure who this question is for, but there's 4 or 5 existing wells in there, and on these drill overs, do you guys typically plug those existing wells once you've completed your new wells, or what's the plan for all of those wells once these new wells?
Yeah, so our plans are still to be finalized, but for many of the wells that are within 200 feet of a new well, we would expect to likely plan to plug and abandon those existing wellbores. Their completions and ultimate recovery is much smaller, much dated vintage compared to the technology and completion size that we will be putting the new wells in today. So we expect that there will be incremental recovery by drilling closer or even almost adjacent to those existing wells in the unit. So I would say likely several will be plug and abandon.
Then adding on to that question, do you typically plug those wells just prior to completion, or do you wait until completion is done in order to, and the reservoir's pressured up to complete those wells?
We would plug and abandon prior to completion. completion for the wells that were to be plug and abandoned. However, we would try to keep production on the lease as well to honor that. So the wells that were left online, likely the 2 Middle Bakken wells to the east would be producing up until the completion date.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Wait, did we need to swear in another witness for a question?
Mark, do you want, yeah, I'll call Lindsay Wild.
Ms. Wild,
Hello?
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Lindsay, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Lindsay Wilde. I'm a drilling engineer and been with Marathon for 9 years and ConocoPhillips previous to that with 18 years experience.
Okay.
My work address is 925 North Eldridge Parkway, Houston, Texas, 77079.
Okay. And Lindsay, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have not.
Okay. And I know you just kind of touched on your educational background, work experience. You also have familiarity with drilling wells in the Bakken in this area?
Yes, sir. I've drilled 27 3-mile wells, and next month we plan to start some 4-mile wells
Sure.
on the Heritage.
And you'd be involved in the drilling of the wells in this proposed spacing unit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Ms. Wilde be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Lindsay, I'm not sure if you were listening in, but there were some questions earlier with respect to drilling these 4-milers, and if you did have a surface location in the northwest of 25, if you could touch on, if you'd be able to, and how you would drill, in particular, the wells that would extend, to the easternmost edge of this spacing unit.
I don't think drilling will be difficult with rotary steerable. Running the liner for completions was going to be the tough part from drilling from a far corner of the unit. So we will do our best to try to get that kind of centralized, make the life of drilling all these wells much easier for the operations side of things and production down the line.
Okay. That's really all the questions I had for Ms. Wilde, and I don't have any additional exhibits from her.
Any questions from the staff?
Lindsay's, will all wells be drilled with rotary steerable tools, or just the ones where you feel that it's necessary?
Those plans haven't been finalized yet. It'll depend on the torque and the drag model once we nail down a final pad location. But most of Conoco's stuff currently is being drilled with rotary steerable. Marathon's is not, so it's kind of a combination of the two and how we see it most economic and drillable.
And I want to make sure I understood, you said that, I believe you said that it would make the running of the liner easier if the pad was more centralized?
Yes, sir. Less distance to go.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31434. Case number 31435, application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Murphy Creek Bakken Pool to 1, terminate an overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 3, 4, 9, and 10, Township 144 North, Range 25 West. 2, extend the field outline to include all of sections 30 and 31, Township 145 North, Range 94 West, Dunn County, North Dakota. 3, establish a 5120 acre spacing unit in the Murphy Creek Bakken Pool consisting of sections 25 and 36, Township 145 North, Range 95 West, sections 30 and 31, Township 145 North, Range 94 West, and sections 3, 4, 9, and 10, Township 144 North, Range 95 West, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit, or 4, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company, LP. Mr. Examiner, I'll have the same 3 witnesses. Ms. Wilde, I think, will be available if necessary as well. I don't intend to kind of call her up front, but the other 3 will be the same. And then just before I call Ms. Jackson, I just had a couple comments on this one. It's a companion case to the previous case, and what they're looking to do here is establish a 5120 to allow for a section line well or lease line well on the east side of that proposed 2560. And this one, you'll note once we get into the exhibits, and Ms. Jackson can kind of address it, but there's some undeveloped acreage in 30 and 31. Conoco's aware of the commission's policy with respect to, typically not allowing the lease line well to be drilled until there's development in, all of those underlying sections. They understand that, appreciate that, but we'll be seeking relief from that in this case, and Ms. Jackson kind of can explain why. And there is some precedent for that fairly recent case, recently too, in case number 30538. It was order 33151, where a lease line well on a 2560 was approved to be drilled prior to having full development on one of the sections. And similar to this case, a little bit different, but here we've got federal acreage that to this point has not been able to get leased in 30 and 31, and that's primarily why we're seeking that relief, and Ms. Jackson can address that. But if this gets approved and they can drill that and establish drainage, there's the potential then to allow that federal acreage to get leased up, and then to allow for more uniform development in those lands to the east. So it would be a better way to do this. And like I said, there is that previous case. That case involved some federal lands as well that they couldn't lease. I think that was Little Missouri grasslands and Forest Service, whereas here we're looking at Lake Ilo Refuge and Fish and Wildlife, but sort of the same kind of issue, same concept. So there is precedent for this relief that they're looking for. But that's kind of primarily, just kind of want to give you some context of what they're looking for and the relief that they're going to be asking for.
Okay. Just a reminder, your witnesses are still under oath.
Yep.
Wade, what case did you say that was?
Yep. The case number is 30538, and the order number was 33151.
Okay.
It was for an overlapping 2560, and in section 27 in that case, 15195. I think there hadn't been development in that section.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, as I said, your witnesses are still under oath, so you can
Okay,
proceed.
great. Claire, are you there? Okay, let's look at your 1.1, and if I can have you identify the proposed 5120 that you're going to be asking for.
Okay, we're applying for an overlapping 5120 acre spacing unit for a one well density, and that encompasses sections 25 and 36, Township 145 North, Range 95 West, and sections 3, 4, 9, and 10, Township 144 North, Range 95 West, and sections 30 and 31, Township 145 North, Range 94 West.
Okay.
And then you can see the shaded underlying existing 1280 acre spacing unit. The Gold Point spacing unit is operated by Burlington Resources. The detached spacing unit is operated by Marathon Oil Company. The MC Caderna spacing unit is operated by Interplus Resources USA Corporation. And then that remaining 1280 acres in sections 30 and 31, Township 145 North, Range 94 West are undeveloped, largely due to the federal minerals that Wade was mentioning, and we have more exhibits covering that.
Sure. Let's move on then to Exhibit 1.2, that first page of that. Before we get into your working interests, if you can just identify those federal tracks for us.
Right, so this map shows the location of the federal minerals within the proposed spacing unit. It's about 480 net mineral acres that have been designated by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, who owns the surface of the minerals as currently unavailable for leasing.
Okay. And Claire, have you made efforts to get these tracks leased?
We have nominated these tracts for leasing several times, and I show that in a couple pages.
Sure. Why don't we go ahead and move on then to the next exhibit, 1.3. Just kind of summarize what you've got there with that communications with Fish and Wildlife.
Right, so this is a relevant email correspondence that I had with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. This just states that the acreage must be nominated for public leasing to the BLM. The BLM would then conduct a leasing review to determine if the parcel is available and if any drainage is occurring. And then, again, I'll show our past leasing nomination in another exhibit.
Okay. So just to kind of clarify, is it your understanding then that that if we could get this approved and you could get like a section line well drilled, that there's a potential opportunity to establish drainage, which would then maybe allow these tracks to get leased?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. And let's move on then to Exhibit 1.4. If you can kind of take us through that and maybe explain that.
Right. This is another email correspondence. This is one that I had with the BLM, detailing kind of the statutes related to leasing the acreage. It states that the lands are unavailable for leasing because they're located within the National Wildlife Refuge. However, there's an exception to this. If drainage is occurring on the minerals, then they may be available for leasing. So if the BLM has a positive drainage determination from this unit line well, for example, then they would potentially be able to lease the minerals once they gain concurrence from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Okay. And then moving on to Exhibit 1.5, can you describe kind of what you're showing there in your previous efforts?
Yeah, this exhibit shows the applications or nominations previously submitted by both ConocoPhillips and WPX to the BLM to lease the federal acreage in sections 30 and 31. I had to break up the Excel sheet into two rows so that you could read the information more clearly, but there have been 6 total past nominations. You can see that each of the past nominations from ConocoPhillips were declined due to there being proof of drainage required, shown in column G.
Okay. And Claire, you can see, I guess, and maybe Brenton will address this, but on exhibit number 1.2, where you've got the federal tracks identified, you know, if this does get approved and you can get these tracks leased, that would ultimately lead to, you know, much more uniform development in 30 and 31, correct?
Yes. So we have the 2 sections north of 30 and 31 is our Lincoln Hill DSU. So if we were able to lease the acreage in 30 and 31, then there would be, I think, some potential for us to develop 30 and 31 along with the 1280 to the north for more uniform development. Sure. And maybe Brenton can that too.
Sure. That's all the questions I have for Ms. Jackson. I'd offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Claire, do you know what it would take to put that, well, at least the west half of 31 into a drainage situation?
I believe that drilling this unit line well would establish drainage on those minerals.
So if that were the case, could you lease all of 30 and 31 then?
If that were the case, so if we can establish drainage and the BLM has a positive drainage determination, then that is the first step to them being able to nominate these tracts for public leasing. So then we would potentially be able to lease the federal minerals in 30 and 31.
It's my understanding, and this might be a little different because it's a lease line well, but the BLM will not make a drainage determination if the well is drilled in compliance with our setback requirements. This is a little different since,
Okay.
since the setback requirement is 250 feet on either side of the line. Hopefully you can drill it at 0 feet. On a related, somewhat related, are you familiar with the lands in sections 17 and 20, just to the northeast of this proposed lease line spacing unit?
I do not have anything written down about 17 and 20 in front of me right now.
Because according to our, so 1720 is a marathon space unit. It's highly developed. And part of that, according to our map, shows the southeast of 20, that quarter being Fish and Wildlife. And there are 4 wells drilled through it. There actually was a well drilled in that southwest quarter. Do you have any indications to how those wells are able to drill through that Fish and Wildlife tract?
I do not have that in front of me right now, but I'd be happy to submit a supplemental exhibit or something detailing that.
Yeah, if you would, please, if there's anything in there that would indicate if that was those lands were put into a drainage situation, it would be helpful to understand their thought process.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
You can proceed.
Okay. Brenton, let's go ahead and, well, I guess we still need to finish going through Ms. Jackson's other exhibits. I apologize. There's, Claire, can you just briefly take us through the working interest, I guess, in the proposed 5120?
Yes, so this table on Exhibit 1.6 is the preliminary ownership of the proposed 5120 acre spacing unit we're applying for today. Marathon Oil Company owns 24.63% working interest. Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company owns 20.8% working interest. And then TRC Energy LLC owns 12.83% working interest. And the BLM owns 9.34% working interest.
Okay. And then 1.7, I think we basically addressed this in the previous case. If you want to just touch on that quickly.
Yeah, so the next 3 pages are the ownership for the contributing spacing units for the 5120. The first page shows the Gold Point DSU and the Derkach DSU, which we did previously cover. So then moving on to Exhibit 1.8, this is the ownership for the MC Sterna DSU. The parallel operator is Interplus Resources, with TRZ Energy LLC owning 51.2% working interest. Marathon Oil Company owns 12.59% working interest. Continental Resources owns 12.43% working interest. And the Guggenheim Trend Opportunities LLC owns 9.75% working interest. Then the last page, Exhibit 1.9, shows the ownership of the undeveloped sections 30 and 31. In Section 30, the BLM owns about 25% working interest. Northland Royalty Corp owns 12.31% working interest. Then in Section 31, the BLM owns 50% working interest, and CB Range Partners, LLLP, and Nancy A. Van Vliet own the other 50% working interest.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Claire, when you say the Bureau of Land Management owns that working interest, that essentially means it's unleased?
Yes, that's the only federal, we detailed in the.
You broke up there, but I mean, the short answer is yes, it's unleased.
Yes, it is on.
Thank you.
You can proceed.
All right. Brenton, are you there?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's look at 2.1. Just describe the structure underlying the 5120.
Yes, again, this is the same structure map from the previous exhibit. Highlighted the same location of the type log in section 30. Relatively simple structure. Nothing that should preclude us from being able to execute our 20K development plan here.
Okay. And same analysis on the type log 2.2?
Correct, just highlighting the top of the Bakken pool, top and base of the Bakken Severance pool, and then highlighting the middle Bakken section there with the gray star.
Okay. And then on 2.3, what would the development look like for the section line well?
Yeah, so currently showing the 5120 acre spacing unit, and then the proposed lateral is shown in kind of yellow highlight. And then in the kind of northern section there, you can see the two wells we were referring to in the last bit, the Upper Three Forks well and the Middle Bakken well. And so the idea is to drill these from north to south along the unit line well corridor.
Have you determined sort of, would it be right on section line, or have you made that determination?
We would need to drill, we would likely drill these slightly west of the section line, the unit line, the section lines, because of the unleased federal mineral interest in the section to the east. We want to make sure we have enough setback that we're confident that we're not penetrating those as they are unleased.
Okay.
We haven't made the determination on the exact setback footages, but we're obviously constrained by the 250 foot west of the section line for the unit line well corridor. And then those mineral interests butt up directly against the unit line. So probably looking at 100, 150 feet off the section line if I had to take a guess right now.
Okay. And again here, Brenton, you've got the correction line, so that essentially that kind of drilling corridor, if it gets approved, would sort of shift. Are there any concerns with, kind of keeping that within that corridor?
So the unit line well corridor is 250 feet, as we all know, and then the offset is about 190 feet. So we actually have a couple different options that we're playing with here in terms of getting the wellbore geometry. We would be able to execute these as perfectly straight lateral. They wouldn't be directly immediately north-south if we were to do that, but still working on the well plans. But we have several different iterations that we think are feasible for us to stay within that corridor and ensure that we're not crossed it. We're staying within the corridor in both the north half of the well and the south half of the well.
Sure. I have no further questions. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Would this well be drilled from the pad in the northwest of 25 as well?
Yeah, so we're still working on the details of the exact pad location, but the idea would be to lump this as be part of the same drill event and pad as the previous exhibit that we were discussing, well to the west.
Thank you.
Yep.
Wade and Brenton, that same footages for the correction line would be, I assume it'll be for all three of these cases, so
Correct.
you could submit it in all three.
Okay.
Brenton, do you know what Burlington's drilling tolerance is And what I mean is, if you have to stay out of section 31, what is your drilling tolerance that you put into your directional drilling plan?
I'd probably defer that question to our drilling engineer, Lindsay.
Okay, thank you.
You can proceed.
Okay. Let's look at 3.1. Any difference here with respect to how you would propose to drill and complete the section line well?
No, no differences versus the exhibit shared in the prior scenario. So three string well design with a 4 mile lateral with approximately 100 stages.
Okay. And then moving on to 3.2, the reservoir data, is this essentially going to be the same as that you presented on that 2560?
Yes, same exact reservoir data. The only thing on this exhibit that has changed is the unit area, which doubled in acreage. So the oil recovery factor per well was cut in half, but all else is the same.
Okay. And then looking at 3.3, what about the economics? Would that be the same for the proposed section line well?
Correct. Same economics, expecting to generate a positive return for all working interest parties.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Carlisle. I'd offer well, excuse me, I guess I do. If the commission approved the 5120 to allow for a section line well, in your opinion, would that prevent waste and protect relative rights?
Yes, I do believe so.
I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Wade, since these cases aren't combined, for the record, you're going to submit the gas capture plan?
Correct. We'll submit it for this case and the following case as well. Yep.
Okay, thank
And
you.
anticipate next couple days.
Okay, the record will remain open in this case until the,
Yeah,
oh, you have another witness, I'm sorry.
I think Mr. Board, a question for Ms. Wilde.
Okay, proceed.
Lindsay, are you still there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Board, a question relating to, what the drilling tolerance is, essentially in order to ensure that when you drill the well that you're going to be able to comply with the commission setbacks. Can you address that?
Yes, I don't see any trouble with us staying in compliance with the setback rules on these.
Yeah, Lindsay, I guess my question is more specifically, if you have, obviously you have to stay out of section 31, so when you're making your drilling plans, what is your tolerance, or how close would you put the lateral to that section line to during your planning for your directional drilling plan to make sure you stay out of it?
I feel comfortable with the 100-foot window.
100-foot tolerance?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Closer if we were just discussing the first part of it.
So in the first part, you mean if the closer you are to your surface location, the more comfortable you feel getting closer?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we will keep the record open in this case until the February hearings to satisfy publication requirements. And during that time, you can submit anything you need to submit.
Sure. Understood.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31435. Why don't we take a 10-minute break at this point in time? Off the record. All right, we're actually back in the record, and we didn't take a 10-minute break. I'm going to call case number 31436, application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company, LP, for an order amending the applicable orders for the Murphy Creek Bakken Pool to 1, terminate an overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 4, 5, 8, and 9, Township 144 North, Range 95 West. 2, establish a 5120-acre spacing unit in the Murphy Creek Bakken Pool consisting of sections 25, 26, 35, and 36, Township 145 North, Range 95 West, and sections 4, 5, 8, and 9, Township 144 North, Range 95 West, Dunn County, North Dakota, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit, or 3, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company, LP, and all the same witnesses in this case.
You can proceed.
All right. Claire, let's look at 1.1. If you can just identify the proposed 5120 for us.
Acre spacing unit with a 1 well density that encompasses sections 25, 26, 35, and 36 in Township 145 North, Range 95 West, and sections 4, 5, 8, and 9 in Township 144 North, Range 95 West. The shaded areas are the underlying existing spacing units. The Gold Point spacing unit, as we discussed, is operated by Burlington. The Dercat spacing unit operated by Marathon. The Coberstein Covalock spacing unit is also operated by Marathon. The Johnson and the Rogna spacing units are both operated by XTO Energy.
Okay. And then moving on to Exhibit 1.2, if you can identify the working interest in the 5120, and then also the underlying spacing units that we haven't already addressed.
Okay. This table is the preliminary ownership of the proposed 5120 acre spacing unit. Marathon Oil Company owns 46.47% working interest, and Burlington Resources owns 20.83% working interest. Then moving forward to the next page, this is the Gold Point Dercat DSUs that we have discussed. Then I'm going to move forward again to the Coberstein Covalock DSU, where Marathon Oil Company owns 99.33% working interest. The next table shows the Johnson DSU, where XTO Energy Inc. is the operator, and they own 27.88% working interest, and ExxonMobil Corporation owning 27.88% working interest. The last table on the next page shows the Rogna spacing unit, where XTO Energy Inc. is operator and Access Resources Inc. owns 53.13% working interest, and Blackstone Minerals Company LP owns 9.38% working interest.
Okay. I have no further questions for Ms. Jackson. I'd offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay. Brenton, let's look at 2.1. If there's anything different with the structure kind of on this west side, just kind of identify that.
No differences in structure, same structure map, same type log that you'll see on the following slide. Nothing to preclude us from being able to execute this unit line well.
Okay. And then looking at 2.3, then how would you intend to develop this one?
Yep, so it's a similar setup to the eastern unit line well, but with this one, because we don't have unleashed federal mineral interest, the likely outcome is that we will put this well directly on the section line. So that would be the key difference I would highlight here.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Brenton, would this well also be drilled from the same pad potentially as the wells in the previous two cases?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And then again, for the record, you're going to submit the correction footages for the township correction line. Thank you.
You can proceed.
Okay. Will, I guess, 3.1, your wellbore schematic, any difference between how you drill this well versus the previous wells?
No changes whatsoever on this exhibit versus prior case.
Okay. How about moving on to 3.2, reservoir, is that the same, on this 5120? Are there any differences?
Yes, it is the same as the previous case.
Okay. And then with respect to economics, on the proposed well, would that be the same as well?
Yes, in that they show a positive return for the working interest parties.
Okay. And if the commission approved the 5120 for the lease line well on that west side, would that prevent waste, protect, and protect relative rights?
Yes, I do believe so.
I have no further questions. That offer the exhibits, and again, we'll supplement with the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Okay, we will keep the record open in this case until the February hearings to satisfy publication requirements. And during that time, you could submit any necessary supplements.
Thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31436. At this time, we will take a 10-minute break. We are back on the record, and we will resume with case number 31437, application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company, LP, for an order amending the applicable orders for the Murphy Creek Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 15, 16, 21, and 22, Township 144 North, Range 95 West, Dunn County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled in such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes our case for case number 31437. Case number 31438, application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company, LP, for an order amending the applicable orders for the Haystack Butte and/or Lone Butte Bakken Pools, McKenzie County, North Dakota, to 1, terminate 2 overlapping 1280-acre spacing units described as sections 5 and 6 and sections 7 and 18, Township 147 North, Range 98 West. 2, establish 2 overlapping stand-up 2560-acre spacing units consisting of sections 30 and 31, Township 148 North, Range 98 West, and sections 6 and 7, Township 147 North, Range 98 West, and sections 20, 29, and 32, Township 148 North, Range 98 West, and section 5, Township 147 North, Range 98 West, and authorize 7 horizontal wells to be drilled in each such unit, or 3, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31438. Case number 31396, application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company, LP, for an order amending the applicable orders for the Ranch Creek and/or Charlie Bob Bakken Pools to establish an overlapping stand-up 1920-acre spacing unit described as section 31, Township 146 North, Range 98 West, and section 6 and 7, Township 145 North, Range 98 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31396. Case number 31439, application of Enerplus Resources USA Corp. for an order amending the applicable orders for the Little Knife Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping stand-up 1920-acre spacing unit described as section 36 Township 146 North, Range 98 West, and sections 1 and 12 Township 145 North, Range 98 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Enerplus Resources USA Corp. I have 3 witnesses appearing telephonic, Prince Ekby, John Prim, and Eva Tomova Medina, and they should all be on the line.
Mr. Ekby,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Prince, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes. Prince Ekby, employed by Ford Energy, business address 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 77002.
And Prince, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with the proposed spacing unit?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Ekby be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Prince, let's look at L1. Can you identify the proposed spacing unit for us?
Yes, L1, we have our regional locator map highlighted there. This is a proposed 1920 acre overlapping unit, comprises of section 36, Township 146 North, Range 98 West, and sections 1 and 12 of Township 145 North, Range 98 West.
Okay. And looking at L2, can you take us through the working interest in that proposed spacing unit?
Yes, the working interest for the proposed 1920 acre spacing unit, Enerplus working interest at 73.41%, and all other operators in the well working interest will be 26.59%.
Okay. And then looking at L3, can you take us to the working interest in the underlying spacing units?
Yes, the existing spacing unit for sections 36, 146, 90, township 146 north and 98 west there, and then also in section 1, 145 north, 98 west, we have Enerplus operating at 85.14%, and then all other parties at 14.86%. Then you have the 640 to the south there, section 12, with Oasis, Enerplus operating unit, Oasis working interest at 50%, and the other parties with the other 50%.
Sure. That is all the questions I have. I'd offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Prince, when you look at your exhibit L1, there's in these two townships, 146-98 and 145-98, they're lightly developed. And in that north-south column, the first spacing unit you want established is what we term as off-pattern, meaning it crosses a township line.
Mm-hmm.
So why did you pick these lands, and why not make it on pattern?
So previous spacing there of the 1280, with the well already being established there and the DSU already being established, crossing the township line, we proposed just adding section to the south to drill our 3-mile laterals. So it was just based off of the previous spacing there.
No good deed goes unpunished. Had you thought about trying to, and I don't know what your interest is in this area, you may have a better idea than I do, but of trying to keep the space units on pattern?
I would have to refer to engineering or the technical team on that one.
And so currently we have
Hey,
section 1.
Eva.
Sorry.
So
Yes.
we just need to hold tight a minute. Wait till we get you swore in, and then we can kind of have you answer Mr. Bohr's
Okay.
question.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Okay, we can wait.
Okay.
Mr. Prim,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
John, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is John Prim. I'm a geologist. I'm employed with Enerplus Resources USA Corp., a subsidiary of Port Energy. This is an address of 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 7700.
And John, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the geology underlying the proposed spacing unit?
Yes.
Okay. Let's start with G1, and if you can describe the structure
Wait, real
underlying
quick.
that spacing unit.
Wait, did you want to admit him as an expert?
Oh, yeah, I probably should do that. I would move the testimony of Mr. Prim be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
All right. Thank you. And John, now let's go ahead and address that first exhibit in the structure.
Sure. So this is a map showing the upper Bakken structure underlying the proposed spacing unit highlighted there in the green dash box. It is showing the structure in sub-CDPVD space and with contour intervals of 20 feet. So it's showing that the upper Bakken is dipping from south to north from approximately 8440 to negative 8560 sub-CDPVD.
Okay. And let's look at the ISOPAC map, G2.
Yep. So G2 highlights the same area. The contours underlying this map, however, show the isopac of the Middle Bakken with contour interval 2 feet. So underneath the proposed spacing unit, you can see that it thickens slightly from south to north from about 28 to 30 feet. And then also I should mention that the type log that will be shown in G3 is highlighted on both maps. They're in the southeast quarter of section 12 of the proposed unit, the Lynn Federal 112.
Sure. And then let's go ahead and move on to G3, if you can take us through that type log.
Yeah, so this is the type log for the Lynn Federal 1-2 in the location that I previously described. It's centered over the Middle Bakken, the interval which we plan on developing, showing the subsurface that we expect to encounter. Subsurface properties.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for Mr. Primadoff for the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Ms. Tomova Medina,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Eva, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, sir. My name is Eva Tomova Medina, and I'm employed by Cord Energy, which Enerplus is a subsidiary of. Our address is 1001 Fanning Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 77002.
Okay. And Eva, have you previously...
And I'm a development engineering advisor.
Sure. And have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
And had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the engineering matters associated with this spacing unit?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Ms. Tomova Medina be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Eva, let's start with E1. Can you describe what your proposed development plan would look like on this spacing unit?
Yes, sir. So highlighted in the green boxes of proposed unit, 3 mile unit, and we have the Bakken wells shown in purple, 5 total Bakken wells. I've highlighted, we've scouted surface for a few possible locations that I've highlighted as well.
Okay. And then just... Yeah, and if you just want to briefly touch on, Mr. Bohr had the question, the existing 1280 spacing, that's already off pattern, but I think he was asking, essentially, is there a way to get it back on pattern? If you're looking at 3 milers now, is there a way to do that without crossing?
So currently, I don't think that there's a possibility. There's a well bore in 25 that is Continental Resources. There's more development in 13 and 24, like the low 12 currently as well by an offset operator. So the only way that we thought that we could extend the 3 mile here is to go down to section 12.
Sure. Let's move on then to E2. Can you take us through the reservoir data and then what the economics look like?
Yes, sir. So the top part is showing some reservoir properties around 30-foot middle bucket column here. Average well EUR in the second column, around 600 MBO per well. And the economic, we're showing on the bottom, we're looking at $8 to $9 million wells in this area.
Okay. And Eva, if the commission approved this spacing unit, in your opinion, would that prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Eva, what are your plans for that existing 2-mile well in 36 and 1?
We'll probably evaluate it as we usually do after we complete 3-mile wells, and depending on how it brought hit, we'll either return it to production or we'll PMA it.
And would you be batch drilling these 5 wells?
Yes, sir.
Do you have an anticipated spud date?
It's not on the schedule for the next few years. Currently, we're looking to figure out where to add it, how it will fit our portfolio. So we don't have a spud date as of now, but we're evaluating
So,
possibly 2027.
okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Eva, on Exhibit E1, you have a proposed surface location in the northwest of 36. Is there another one in the northwest of 13?
Yes, we're looking at 2 different options.
Okay. And getting back to the off-pattern discussion, does this area need to be developed with 3-mile horizontal wells to be economic?
I don't want to answer that question, or I can't. I just, for now, we believe that 3-mile economics are superior, and also it minimizes the surface location needs. And, just environmentally, we believe it's superior. So I will leave it at that if possible.
Are 1,280 acre spacing unit wells economic?
Yes. I guess I cannot answer that question for new wells. Obviously, we're not drilling in this area right now, so they could be economic, but currently they're not competing in our portfolio. So we're always trying to improve economics. So our current belief is that 3-mile economics are superior than 2-mile economics. We prefer to extend the 3-mile laterals and further potentially where possible.
Okay, so let's look at a hypothetical situation. If 2-mile wells are not economic, what's going to happen to the lands to the south of section 12?
Those are operated by PetroHunt, I believe. So there's options for them to develop, potentially stand up or lay down. I would not be able to answer this question for other operators. I apologize. I think there's a lot of undeveloped acreage in this area, so there's a lot of opportunity to space it further.
Well, there's not a lot of opportunities to space it further to the south because we have, between section 12 and the township line, we have 4 sections. The space unit to the south of that is the township is a correction line, and that one is somewhat developed. So we're starting to limit.
Yeah, unfortunately, the 13 and 24 kind of sets up, I believe, the development in 13, 24, 25, and 36 to be 2-mile development.
That's what you,
just because half of the 13 and 24 is already developed, but I can't speak to it. If it was ours, I would imagine that you would either leave it as 2 mile stand-ups, or you can lay it down on 13, 14, and 15, and 22, 23, and 24 is a 2.5 lay down, essentially. And then you can lay down the bottom
well, there's
as well.
already applications to space those lands as stanza, but what I'm hearing is if it was Enerplus's acreage, you would have to develop it as with 2 miles wells, or you'd have to drill a 4 mile well.
Correct. Yep. You can drill 4 mile wells and 2 mile wells potentially to finish up 25 and 36 on the east side.
Okay, thank you.
I think it was Exhibit L3, where there was it doesn't show that Enerplus has an interest in Section 12. Is that true?
Prince, do you want to explain that?
Yeah, that's correct. Section 12, Oasis recently acquired a federal lease in there, 320 acres. So it is under the umbrella of Ford Energy, along with all the other subsidiaries, Oasis, Whiting, and Enerplus.
Thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31439. Case number 31251, application of Hesbach Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Truax Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 28, 29, 32, and 33, Township 154 North, Range 98 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31251. Case number 31393, application of Hesbach Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Ray Bakken Pool, Williams County, North Dakota to 1, establish an overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 13, 24, 25, and 36, Township 157 North, Range 97 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit. 2, establish an overlapping stand-up 3840 acre spacing unit described as sections 23, 24, 25, 26, 35, and 36, Township 157 North, Range 97 West, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit. Or 3, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 31393. Case number 31394, application of Hesbach Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Ray Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping stand-up 3840 acre spacing unit described as sections 1, 2, 11, 12, 13, and 14, Township 157 North, Range 97 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes our case for our hearing for case number 31394. Case number 31440, application of Hesbach Investments 2 LLC for an order suspending and after hearing revoking permits issued to Slauson Exploration Company, Inc. for the drilling of the Atlas 5-21-16H, Atlas 4-21-16H, Atlas 3-21-16H, and Atlas 2-21-16H with a surface location in the southeast-southwest quarter of Section 21, Township 149 North, Range 100 West, to be drilled back outside of the space unit for the wells, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, or grant such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been dismissed. That concludes the hearing for case number 31440. Case number 31441, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Big Meadow Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 2560 acre space unit described as sections 3, 4, 9, and 10, Township 158 North, Range 96 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and to authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chairman. Tom Throne, P.O. Box 6590 in Sheridan, Wyoming, appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating LLC. I have three witnesses. All are here in person. Mark Johnson will be the land witness. Nick Daniele will be the geologic witness. And Eric Chevy will be the engineering witness.
Mr. Johnson? Yes. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
I do.
Mr. Johnson, would you please state your name and work address for the staff?
My name is Mark Johnson. My work address is 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado, 80237, and I'm employed by Phoenix Operating LLC as land and regulatory manager.
And have you previously been accepted as an expert witness in petroleum land matters by this commission?
I have.
And are you personally familiar with all the lands that we will be discussing today?
I am.
I would ask that Mr. Johnson be accepted as an expert witness in petroleum land matters.
Motion granted.
Did you prepare some exhibits for this hearing?
I did.
Starting with Exhibit 1, please locate the lands that are subject to this hearing.
Exhibit 1 is just a regional map, big overview. This is lands in the north of Williams County, close to the Divide County border.
And moving on to Exhibit 2, please describe with specificity the lands that we're discussing today.
As we zoom in with Exhibit 2, you can see the lands we're speaking of today are sections 3, 4, 9, and 10 of 15896.
And moving on to Exhibit 3, would you please discuss the working interest ownership of Phoenix in the proposed unit?
Yep, Exhibit 3 zooms in even further on 3, 4, 9, and 10 of 15896. Currently, Phoenix has a 23% working interest in this 2560. And as you can see, there's been no wells drilled in 4 and 9, which would be our base unit, and this is for a lease line well incorporating sections 3 and 10.
Do you intend to cooperate with the other working interest owners in this spacing unit if the well is approved?
We do.
And are you familiar with Phoenix's drilling schedule for this proposed spacing unit together with the other wells in this area?
I am.
Would you please tell the staff what Phoenix's proposed drilling schedule is?
If this case, as well as our next case, are granted, we would drill sections 4 and 9 and the associated lease line wells to the east and the west to make that a 6-well pad in the north of section 4 in the middle of August 2025.
And did you execute the gas capture affidavit that's attached as Exhibit 9?
I did.
I have no further questions for Mr. Johnson. I'd ask that Exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 9 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Daniele, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Mr. Daniele, would you please state your name and work address for the staff, and just to be clear, spell your last name?
Yeah, Nick Daniele, last name Daniele, work address 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado 80237.
And for whom do you work and in what capacity?
Phoenix Operating LLC, Vice President of Geology.
And have you previously been accepted as an expert witness in petroleum geology?
I have.
And are you personally familiar with the lands that are subject to this hearing?
I am.
I would ask that Mr. Daniele be accepted as an expert witness in petroleum geology.
Motion granted.
Did you prepare some exhibits for this hearing?
Yes, sir.
Starting with Exhibit 4, please discuss the structure map for the lands that are subject to this hearing.
Exhibit 4 is a subsea structure map created on top of the Middle Bakken. The horizontal wells with black dots are Middle Bakken wells, and the horizontal wells with purple dots are Three Forks wells. The structure in this area dips from northeast to southwest, with the proposed 2560 acre space unit shown in red.
Does this exhibit have a type log and an AA prime cross-section?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to Exhibit 5, please describe the type log as well as the cross-section.
Exhibit 5 is the cross-section from 8A prime. The type log used for the reservoir parameters is the middle well. Each log shows a gamma ray on the left track, resistivity in the middle track, and porosity on the right track.
And are the reservoir characteristics you anticipate shown on this exhibit as well?
Yes, sir.
Would you please describe those characteristics?
Yeah, we estimated approximate TVD about 9670, average porosity in the area about 7%, average water saturation 34%, the gross average thickness of 61 feet, and a BOI of 1.5. It yields around 9.3 million barrels of oil in place.
And is the Middle Bakken present and continuous across the entire proposed spacing unit?
Yes, sir.
And if this application is approved from a geologic perspective, will waste be prevented and correlative rights protected?
Yes.
I would ask for the admissions of exhibits 4 and 5.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Shetty, is it? Shetty. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Eric, would you please state your name and work address for the record, and I would suggest you spell your last name as well.
Certainly. Eric Shivy, last name is S-H-I, V as in Victor, E-Y. Work address is 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado, 80237.
And for whom do you work and in what capacity?
I work for Phoenix Operating LLC. I'm the Vice President of Reservoir Engineering and Corporate Reserves.
And have you testified before this commission as an expert in petroleum engineering in the past?
I have.
I don't believe you've been here in person, so would you refresh the commission's memory on your educational and professional background, please?
Educational and professional background, Penn State Petroleum Engineering, graduated in 1995. I've worked primarily as a reservoir engineer in the Bakken, DJ Basins, and Uinta Basin. I also obtained a master's in petroleum engineering from the Colorado School of Mines, graduated in 2004.
And are you personally familiar with the lands that we're discussing today?
Yes, I am.
I would ask that Mr. Chevy be admitted as an expert witness in petroleum engineering.
Motion granted.
Did you prepare some exhibits for today's hearing?
Yes, I have.
Starting with Exhibit 6, would you please describe Phoenix proposed well bore if this application is approved?
Yes, this is a typical wellbore design for us with surface casing and intermediate. Our liner, we plan to do, we always do 4.5-inch liners cemented in place. These are 2-mile laterals, so we'd be completing with 50 stages.
Moving on to Exhibit 7, would you please describe Phoenix proposed development plan?
Yes, this is for the single east lease line well. It's on the hard line of the sections between 310 and 49.
And you heard Mr. Johnson talk about the drilling plans if all these applications are approved. If the staff approves the applications, will Phoenix batch drill the wells?
Yes, correct. We would plan to drill this as a 6-well pad.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 8, would you please discuss the economics of anticipated for a well?
Certainly. The EUR of the area is around a 425 MBO well, and the economics below, we anticipated drilling complete cost of around $9 million. Associated OpEx is listed there at $7,500 per well per month. It's a little higher initially, but that is the average over the life of the well. And it's clearly economic with PV10 of $4 million and internal rate of return around 37% at $75 oil flat.
If this application is approved, in your opinion, will waste be prevented and correlative rights protected?
Yes, it will.
I have no further questions from Mr. Chevy and would ask that you admit exhibits 6, 7, and 8.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Eric, is this well planned to be drilled right on the section line, or is there any offset?
It's planned to be drilled right on the section line.
And I think Mark gave the spud date before, but I missed it.
It was around August of this year. It may slide a little bit into third quarter of this year. I'm still developing a rig schedule, but I would anticipate it being spud between August and October of this year, to be truthful.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Eric, I have a question, and you can defer it back to Mark if you want to, but
Yes, sir.
I noticed on his Exhibit 3, Phoenix says 23% in the space unit, so that means very small interest in one 1280 or the other. How are you going to drill four? Is that interest in 4 and 9?
No, that would be the interest, and Mark could speak to that. The 23% is the average interest for the lease line DSU, the 2560. I don't have the working interest in sections 4 and 9 where we'll be doing 4 in-unit wells. It might be on Mark's drill schedule.
Yeah, so our interest is basically in 4 and 9.
Yes.
We just want, while we're there drilling the 4 wells in unit, this case and the next one, we just want to get the lease lines if that's available to us to do.
So your interest is basically 46% in 4 and 9.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 31441. Case number 31442, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for Big Meadow Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 27, 28, 33, and 34, Township 158 North, Range 96 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and to authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 31442. Case number 31443, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for Big Meadow, South Meadow, Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 4, 5, 8, and 9, Township 158 North, Range 96 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and to authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating. I have the same 3 witnesses for this case as for the last case.
Just a reminder, they're still under oath, and you can proceed.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, are you personally familiar with the lands that are subject to this case?
I am.
And have you prepared or caused to be prepared certain exhibits for this hearing?
I have.
Starting with Exhibit 1, please describe the lands that are subject to this hearing.
Exhibit 1 is just a big regional map that shows the area of interest in red, the north of Williams County, close to the Divide County border. As we go into Exhibit 2 and zoom in a little bit more, you can see this is sections 4, 5, 8, and 9 of 15896, which is just the west lease line to the case we just heard. That was for an east lease line. As we go to Exhibit 3, it's quite similar to the others. You can see sections 4, 5, 8, and 9 in red. And again, Phoenix's working interest is 23%, which is derived from sections 4 and 9.
And to state the obvious, Phoenix intends to cooperate with the other working interest owners if the commission authorizes these wells, for this well.
Yes, sir.
And the same drilling schedule for this well as you discussed in the last hearing.
Yeah, it'll all be batch drilled, preferably when we're doing the base wells of sections 4 and 9.
And did you also execute affidavit attached as Exhibit 9?
I did.
Mission of Exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 9, please.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Next witness is Mr. Daniele. Is Exhibit 4 the same exhibit that you described in the last hearing?
Yes, sir.
And are there any differences in your testimony for Exhibits 4 and 5 from the last hearing?
No, just the lands of interest are different.
And that's signified on Exhibit 4.
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions for Mr. Daniele. If the staff has any questions, please do, and like for the omission of Exhibits 4 and 5 for this hearing.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay, Mr. Chevy, starting with Exhibit 6, is this the same diagram that we presented in the last hearing?
Correct, it is.
Moving on, please describe the differences in Exhibit 7 from what we discussed in the last hearing.
The only difference here is that this would be a west lease line well on sections 4 and 9, so it incorporates sections 5 and 8.
And your testimony from the last hearing regarding your anticipated drill schedule is the same for this application as it was for that one?
Correct. Our preference would be to drill all 6 wells batch.
And on Exhibit 8, are the economics the same as from the last hearing?
Yes, they're identical.
Have no further questions for Mr. Chevy and ask that Exhibits 6, 7, and 8 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 31443. Case number 31444, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Big Meadow South Meadow Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 25 60-acre spacing unit described as sections 28, 29, 32, and 33, Township 158 North, Range 96 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and to authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 31444. Case number 31445, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Zoll Bakken Pool to establish a 1920-acre spacing unit described as sections 25, 26, and 27, Township 159 North, Range 101 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and the authorization of 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Tom Throne, appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating, have the same 3 witnesses for this case.
Okay, just a reminder they're still under oath, and you can proceed.
Mr. Johnson, are you familiar with these lands that are a little bit different than the last 2 hearings?
I am.
Starting with Exhibit 1, please describe the lands that are subject to this hearing.
Exhibit 1 is again the overview. We're in the northwest corner of Williams County, close to the Divide County border. As you go into Exhibit 2 and zoom in, you can see the area of interest for this case, which is sections 25, 26, and 27 of 159-101. As we go to Exhibit 3, zooming in even further, you can see sections 25, 26, and 27. And in this proposed spacing unit, Phoenix has 89% working interest.
And are you familiar with Phoenix's anticipated drilling schedule for this proposed spacing unit?
I am.
Would you please tell the staff when Phoenix hopes to drill these wells if they are approved?
Yeah, so the plan for this location would be a 6-well pad. We like to establish the base unit first before we come back and ask about lease line wells. So we would, if the base unit was approved, we'd come back and ask for lease line wells to the north and to the south. And currently this is on our drill schedule for January of 2026.
And did you execute the gas capture affidavit attached as Exhibit 9?
I did.
I have no further questions for Mr. Johnson and ask that Exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 9 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Mark, based on your testimony, I assume you understand that you don't have to establish the base spacing unit before you establish the lease line spacing unit?
Yeah, we kind of learned that last time, but we've just fallen into this pattern, and I did the application wrong, so that's on me. You did teach us that last time, so.
I was just gonna say, I assume you're aware that that could potentially lead to problems down the road. If you have a plan, there's no harm in bringing that entire plan to us at one time.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
You can proceed.
Okay, Mr. Daniele, did you do a geologic analysis of the lands that are subject to this application?
Yes, sir.
And did you prepare an exhibit based on your analysis?
I did.
Using Exhibit 4, would you please describe the structure map in this area for the Middle Bakken?
Yeah, this is a subsea structure map made on top of the Middle Bakken. Middle Bakken horizontals have black dots at the toes. Three Forks horizontals have purple dots at the toes. The proposed spacing unit is highlighted in red, and in this area, the Middle Bakken dips from northwest to southeast slightly.
And on this exhibit, do you also have an A prime cross-section,
I do.
as well as a well labeled as a type log?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to Exhibit 5, please discuss the type log as well as the cross-section.
This is cross-section 8A prime. The type log used for the reservoir properties is on the far right. The first track in each log is gamma ray, second track's resistivity, third track's porosity.
And does Exhibit 5 also have the anticipated reservoir characteristics?
It does.
Would you please describe them for the staff?
Using the type log on the right, we anticipate approximate TVD of 9370. Average porosity is about 7.5. Average water saturation is 37%. The gross average thickness of 52 feet, and using a BOI of 1.5 that yields 8.1 million barrels of oil in place.
And is the Middle Bakken present and continuous across all these lands?
Yes.
And if this application is granted, will waste be prevented and relative rights protected?
Yes.
I would ask that Exhibits 4 and 5 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay. Mr. Chevy, are you familiar with the lands that are subject to this application?
Yes, I am.
And you prepared exhibits for this hearing as well?
I have.
Discuss the well bore on Exhibit 6 and any differences that might exist beyond what we talked about in the prior cases.
Sure. Exhibit 6 is basically the same as the previous wellbore diagrams. The only difference, this is a 3-mile lateral, so just a longer liner. Anticipated completions, if interested, are about 80 stages.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 7, would you please discuss Phoenix's proposed development plan?
Yes, these are the laydown unit we're looking at here. These we developed 4 in-unit wells, and as Mr. Johnson mentioned, we will be doing a north, coming back and requesting approval for a north and south lease line. So a total of 6 wells that would be batch drilled from the middle of Section 27.
Your application asks for 5 wells.
Correct.
Recall that?
Yes, I do.
Your development plan only shows 4 wells. Would you please tell the staff why your current development plan is only showing 5 wells and you are requesting, 4 wells and you're requesting 5 wells?
Yes, we are only showing the in-unit wells, so therefore only 4. And as I pointed out, I would likely be doing this as a 6-well pad, so the 5 would actually become a 6. And I would add that in this area, there's not been much development, as you can see in Exhibit 3 that Mr. Daniele presented. We are looking at reasonable recovery factors with these 6 wells. We feel between 12 to 14% if we are to get approval.
Okay, using Exhibit 8, please describe the economics you anticipate for
Yeah.
these wells.
Yes, the 3-mile laterals, we anticipate an EUR of approximately 630,000 barrels. Drill and complete cost for a 3-mile lateral is about 10.7 million, and favorable rates of return at 26%. PV10 near 4 million gross.
And if this application is approved, will correlative rights be protected and waste prevented?
Yes.
I would ask that Exhibits 6, 7, and 8 be admitted into the record, and 9 already has.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 31445. Case number 31446. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Zollbach and Pool to establish a 1920 acre spacing unit described as sections 34, 35, and 36, Township 159 North, Range 101 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and the authorization of 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne again for Phoenix Operating. Have the same 3 witnesses for this case.
And they're still under oath, and you can proceed.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, starting with Exhibit 1, would you please describe the lands in this application?
Exhibit 1 is just south of the case we just spoke of. So it's in the northwest of Montreal County, or Williams County, and close to the Divide County border. As you go into Exhibit 2, you can see it's highlighted in red, sections 34, 35, and 36 of 159-101. And Exhibit 3, as you zoom in even further, you can see there's no wells drilled currently in this section, and it's sections 34, 35, 36, where Phoenix has a 62% working interest.
And would you briefly discuss your anticipated drilling schedule for this spacing unit?
Yeah, this spacing unit would be drilled after the case we just heard, so I would anticipate sometime May of 2026.
And did you execute the gas capture affidavit attached as Exhibit 9?
I did.
I would ask that Exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 9 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Mr. Daniele, did you prepare certain exhibits for this hearing?
Yes, sir.
And are your exhibits 4 and 5?
Yes.
And is there any information in those exhibits that differs from the last hearing we heard, which was just north of this hearing? They're identical, right?
They're identical except the lands of interest.
I would ask that that exhibits 4 and 5 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay, Mr. Chevy, moving to your exhibits, Exhibit 6, is that the same exhibit that we heard in the last hearing?
It's identical.
Moving on to 7, please describe your development plan for this proposed spacing unit.
Yes, I'm showing 4 in-unit wells. I would add that we would be requesting an additional well on the south of this unit. The north unit lease line would be covered from the previous exhibit. So this would be a 5-well pad proposal, batch drilled.
Okay, and are the economics shown on Exhibit 8 the same as shown in the last hearing?
They're identical.
I would ask that Exhibits 6, 7, and 8 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 31446. Case number 31447, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Kittleson Slough Bach and Pool to establish a 2560 acre spacing unit described as section 6, 7, 18, and 19, Township 158 North, Range 91 West, Montreal County, North Dakota, and the authorization of 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating, have the same 3 witnesses as in the last hearings.
They're still under oath, and you can proceed.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, starting with Exhibit 1, would you please describe the contents of that exhibit and the proposed spacing unit?
Yes, Exhibit 1 for this case is a newer area for us. It's in the north of Montreal County on the Burke-Montreal County line. As you zoom into Exhibit 2, you can see it in more detail. It's section 6, 7, 18, and 19 of 15891. As you go even further, Exhibit 3 shows it in more detail. Phoenix currently has a 67.4% working interest, and you can see the pad or the blue squiggly lines in the southwest of section 19 is currently a pad that's operated by Phoenix Operating.
Okay, now this application is a little bit different than the prior application, so moving on to Exhibit 3A, explain the nuance to this application and what Phoenix hopes to accomplish when drilling these wells.
So section 6, 7, 18, and 19 have no wells currently drilled in them. As you can see in Exhibit 3A, section 6, the northmost section has unleased federal minerals that we would like to try to put into a drainage situation by drilling one well off of our pad south of section 19. This well currently would have to get a variance from the 1,220-foot setback rule, so we could stay away from the unleased federal tracks. We have a spot on our drill schedule in August of this year where we're currently proposing to drill this one well and then put it on production and put the unleased federal minerals in section 6 in a drainage situation so that they can be nominated and then leased, and then we would come back and drill the remainder of the 4-mile laterals in this area from a different pad.
Okay, I have did you execute the gas capture affidavit, Exhibit 9?
I did.
I would ask that Exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 3A be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Mark, to make sure I understand, in Exhibit 3A, it looks like the northeast of the southwest and then the southeast quarter are the unleased federal minerals?
Yes, sir.
Do you have experience putting federal minerals into drainage?
Well, we have to drill a well to put it in a drainage situation to even get it to be nominated, so.
Correct, but have you had experience like this in the past?
We have not.
So do you know what it takes to put it into drainage?
Drill a well next to it and put it on production, and
By next to, do you have any idea how close you have to be?
I do not.
Is that something you need to know before you drill a well?
I would that would be good to know, but I would imagine 50 feet would be pretty good to put it in a drainage situation, I would imagine. But I don't know if there's an exact number, no.
Yeah, it seems to me that, I'll just make it up, if the number's 25 feet and you drill it at 26, you missed a golden opportunity.
Yes, sir. That will be something that I'll need to look into.
Okay, thank you.
You can proceed.
Okay, next witness, Mr. Daniele. Did you do a geologic study of this area?
Yes, sir.
Starting with Exhibit 4, would you describe the structure map in this area?
Yeah, this is a structure map, a subsea structure map on top of the Middle Bakken. The proposed 4-mile unit shown in red. Middle Bakken producers have black dots at the toes, and Three Forks producers have purple dots at the toes. The Middle Bakken in this area on the William, or that's mislabeled. In this area, dip from northeast to southwest.
Okay, and how is this mislabeled?
Yeah, it's Montreal. I mislabeled the counties on there, so,
Okay, so where it says Williams, it should be Montreal County?
and Burke to the north.
Okay, we can submit a supplemental exhibit to correct that if you want us to, or we can just amend it on the record now. What's your preference?
We'll make the note on the exhibit so you don't need to resubmit it.
That would be my suggestion, but. Okay.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Moving on to Exhibit 5, would you please discuss the type log as well as the cross-section that you had shown on Exhibit 4?
Yeah, so this is A to A prime, from south to north. A prime is to the north. The first tract is gamma ray, second tract resistivity, third tract porosity. The type log shown is for the south well, and the reservoir properties were created using that type log.
Okay. I have no questions for Mr. Daniele and ask that you at Exhibits 4 and 5.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Nick, in this case, since you're going for a stand-up 2560, are there any geologic hazards or faulting or folding in 2560 that would cause issues drilling the laterals all the way across?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You can proceed.
Okay, Mr. Chevy, starting with Exhibit 6, because this is a 4-mile lateral, please explain your wellbore diagram for a proposed 4-mile lateral.
Yes, this is similar to the previous exhibits, except the liner will be run for 4 miles. Cemented in place, completions anticipated about 105 stages.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 7, please discuss your development plan if this application is approved.
Yes, as previously stated, we'd just be drilling the one well. First, we have this plan as a 5-well Bakken development. The well that we would plan to drill is the western one, offsetting the section line by 1,060 feet. Incidentally, a question was mentioned about setback from the federal minerals. I did plan for this as a 50-foot setback, but we will reconvene and see if that is correct. That's how it's anticipated. And in good faith, I should say that we are researching the Three Forks potential in this area. We anticipate bringing on our first Three Forks well by the end of this month in the area. So we may be looking to develop also simultaneously some Three Forks here.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 8, would you please discuss your anticipated economics for the proposed well?
Yes, compared to previous exhibits, the oil in place is a little less here, but our EUR for the 4-mile lateral, we're anticipating about 670 MBO. Economics are still favorable. It's anticipated about $12.2 million well cost, you can see there, and a 23% rate of return at $75 oil flat.
I have no further questions for Mr. Chevy and ask that Exhibits 6, 7, 8 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Eric, as you mentioned, potential Three Forks, would you be, so looking at your Exhibit 7, would you be drilling some of the proposed 5 wells as Three Forks 1 potentially?
Correct. Although we may be adding some additional wells to the pad to the east to develop more Three Forks.
Okay, so if you added additional wells, you'd have to come in for a hearing
Correct.
to add the increased density?
Correct.
Okay. And again, just confirming it is Three Forks first bench you're proposing to target?
Correct. I should have mentioned that first bench.
Okay. I will note, just for the record, that the Bakken pool would be 50 feet above the top of the Bakken, 50 feet below the top of the Three Forks. That first bench is within that 50-foot lower limit?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 31447. Case number 31238, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Ranch Creek Charlie Bob Bakken Pool to establish a 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 29 and 32, Township 146 North, Range 98 West, and sections 5 and 8, Township 145 North, Range 98 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and to authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31238. Case number 31264. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Little Knife Bakken Pool to establish a 1920 acre spacing unit described as sections 5, 8, and 17, Township 144 North, Range 98 West, Billings County, North Dakota, and to authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our February hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31264. Moving on to the supplement. Case number 31500, application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order to suspend and revoke the permit for the Gullickson LE 36-25, number 10H, with a location in the southeast quarter of Section 36, Township 150 North, Range 101 West, Arnegod Field, Kenzie County, North Dakota, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, appearing on behalf of the applicant Oasis. We were intending to have witnesses here, but the shutdown of the Houston airport prevented them from coming. Mr. Bender and I have discussed, some of his witnesses are also appearing by telephone. Is that correct, Lawrence?
Yeah, I was going to use a call-in number so that his witnesses and... Thank you. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, and I'm here representing Kraken. The plan was I was going to do a call-in number, so 2 individuals who may testify, may not testify, could be on the line, but I offered that courtesy to Mr. Throne so we could have all the witnesses on one call and save some time.
And my witnesses should have the number if everything worked well in the lobby. If it's all right with you, I would propose a 3-minute break so I can go to the restroom, and then we'll see if we can get them all on the line.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, we'll go off the record for 3 minutes.
Do you mind if I move here?
Pardon?
You mind just going over there so I can be
Oh,
closer?
you
to
want
the-
to
Okay, we're back on the record. Mr. Throne, since it's your application, can you give me the names of your witnesses again?
Yeah, I have three witnesses. Chance Kruljack, Kruljac, will be my land witness. Ryan McGueen, and my apologies if I misspelled that, Mcguigan, will be a petroleum engineering witness. And Andrew Soto, Soto, will be a drilling witness.
Okay, Mr. Kroljack.
Chance, you there? Chance, you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, now we can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Chance, would you please state your name and work address for the staff and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Chance Kruljac, Kruljac, and my work address is 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 77002.
And for whom do you work and in what capacity?
Oasis Petroleum North America, LLC, a subsidiary of Ford Energy, as a land operations manager.
And have you previously testified before this commission as an expert in petroleum land matters?
Yes, I have.
And are you personally familiar with the lands that are subject to this application today?
Yes, I am.
I would ask that Mr. Kruljac be accepted as that of an expert witness in petroleum land matters.
Motion granted.
Chaz, did you prepare certain exhibits for this hearing?
Yes, I have.
Before we start with the exhibits, would you please describe the relationship between Whiting, Oasis, and Cord?
Yes. Oasis Petroleum and Whiting Petroleum merged in July of 2022, forming Ford Energy. Oasis Petroleum North America, LLC, and Whiting Oil and Gas Oil Corporation are subsidiaries of Ford Energy.
And what is Oasis' position in this particular hearing?
First off, I'd like to say that we planned and wanted to be with y'all in person today. The rare winter storms shut down the Houston airports yesterday, making travel impossible. And also, roads are still mostly closed today. So in addition to not being there in person, we're all testifying from our respective homes. So if we come across any technical issues, please feel free to interrupt and have us repeat anything. So to answer your question, Tom, Oasis is opposed to Neptune's Gullickson LE 3625 number 10H permit. Oasis's position is that Neptune's proposed well would likely damage our new wells adjacent to the east of the proposed Gullickson well, and in doing so would diminish the interests of mineral, royalty, and leasehold owners of those wells. Oasis has anti-collision concerns and also believes the section line well would be wasteful and unnecessary. These concerns will be detailed further by our two engineering witnesses. Lastly, after attempting to work with Neptune, we have come to an impasse. Since we are unable to come to an agreement, Oasis believes that as the majority owner with the most at risk in the section line unit, as well as the units to the east, it should decide how and whether to develop the section line unit. Our conclusion, as we'll further detail, is that the well should not be drilled.
Okay, starting with Exhibit 1, please describe in detail the lands involved in this hearing and also describe the significance of the colored rectangle and square.
Yeah, Exhibit L1 is a regional locator map with the box zoomed in to the middle of McKenzie County. The red dash box is the Oasis-operated Bitterroot 1,920-acre spacing unit. The blue dash box is the Oasis-operated Sapphire 1,920-acre spacing unit. The Oasis recently drilled the Bitterroot and Sapphire DSUs. The Bitterroot and Sapphire wells will be further detailed but are currently pending completion. The orange dash box is the undeveloped 2560 acre section line spacing unit where Neptune's Gullickson permit was recently approved.
Moving on to Exhibit L2, please describe with specificity the working interest ownership of your entities in all three spacing units.
Sure. Exhibit L2 is a summary of the working interest ownership in the overlapping spacing units that were shown on the previous exhibit. Unit A in red is the Oasis Bitterroot 1920 acre spacing unit covering sections 28, 29, and 30 of Township 150 North, Range 100 West. Oasis and Whiting have a combined working interest of 69.06%. This unit was recently developed. Unit B in blue is the Oasis Sapphire 1920 acre unit covering sections 31, 32, and 33 of Township 150 North, Range 100 West. Oasis and Whiting have a combined working interest of 69.06%. This unit was also recently developed. Unit C in orange is an undeveloped 2560 acre spacing section line spacing unit covering sections 25 and 36 of Township 150 North, Range 101 West, and sections 30 and 31 of Township 150 North, Range 100 West. Oasis and Whiting have a combined leasehold interest of 51.16% in this unit. To summarize, Oasis and Whiting have the majority working interest in all the depicted overlapping spacing units.
And just to emphasize the point, in the proposed well by Neptune, Oasis and its partners own the majority of the working interest and 51.16%, right?
That's correct.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit L3. Please describe the working interest owners of the previously established 1280s on A, B, C, and D.
Sure. Exhibit L3 is a summary of the working interest ownership in the underlying space units in the area we have been discussing. Unit A in orange is a 1,280 acre unit operated by Neptune covering sections 25 and 36 of Township 150 North, Range 101 West. Oasis and Whiting have a combined working interest of 27.6% in this unit. Unit B in red is a 1,280 acre spacing unit operated by Oasis covering sections 30 and 31 of Township 150 North, Range 100 West. Oasis and Whiting have a combined working interest of 74.91%. Unit C in green is a 1,280 acre unit operated by Oasis covering sections 29 and 32 of Township 150 North, Range 100 West. Oasis and Whiting have a combined working interest of 44.99%. Unit D in blue is a 1,280 acre unit operated by Oasis covering sections 28 and 33 of Township 150 North, Range 100 West. Oasis and Whiting have a combined working interest of 87.33%.
Okay. Is there a history of the establishment of spacing units in these lands?
Yeah, I detail that on Exhibit L4.
Would you go through briefly and highlight the history, including the establishment of the two spacing units in sections 28, 29, and 30, and 31, 32, and 33?
Yes. Exhibit L4 is a timeline of the events which details our recent development in this area and notices of our development that were sent to or made available to Kraken/Neptune. I've also listed communications between the two companies in regard to the proposed Gullickson section line unit. Well, so in November of 2023, Oasis applied for 1920 acre spacing units of the aforementioned Bitterroot and Sapphire units in case number 30483. This case was approved in March of 2024 in order number 33096. Kraken and Neptune did not oppose this case. In April of 2024, Oasis sent drill back notices to Kraken and Neptune for the Bitterroot and Sapphire development. These drill back notices displayed our plan to backbuild across the section line into Neptune's 1,280 acre spacing unit of sections 25 and 36 of Township 150 North, Range 101 West. No objection from Kraken or Neptune was received. Oasis received approval for the Bitterroot permits in June and July of 2024 and the Sapphire permits in August of 2024. No objection from Neptune or Kraken was received. Oasis proposed the Bitterroot wells in July of 2024 and the Sapphire wells in September of 2024 to Kraken. No objection from Kraken or Neptune was received. Kraken elected to participate in these wells. Oasis spud the Bitterroot wells between 9/13/2024 and 9/16/2024. On September 16, 2024, Neptune reached out to Oasis regarding their planned Gullickson section line development. Oasis responded that we have concerns with their proposed development due to potential impact to our recently developed wells. Oasis spud the Sapphire wells between 10/21/2024 and 11/6/2024. In mid-November, there were further discussions between Neptune and Oasis. Oasis asked for the planned section line well placement from Neptune, but was not provided that information. Oasis informed Neptune it had the majority working interest in the section line unit, believes it to be wasteful and unnecessary, and reiterates its damage concerns to the recently developed well to the east. On 12/17/2024, Neptune's Gullickson section line permit is approved. Oasis is aware of this by reviewing the NDIC daily activity report the following day. No notice was sent from Neptune of Oasis to Oasis. And then on 12/18 and 12/18 and 12/20 of 2024, further discussions were had between Neptune and Oasis. Oasis reiterated its concerns with the planned section line development and suggested another development option of moving the section line well into the 1,280 acre Neptune-operated unit of sections 25 and 36 of Township 150 North, Range 101 West, and working together on completion timing of our respective development. But ultimately, Neptune would not agree to change their plan. And then finally, on 12/20/2024, Oasis filed a request to the NDIC to suspend and revoke Neptune's Gullickson permit.
Okay, I have no further questions for Mr. Kruljak. Would ask that exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 4, L1, L2, and L3, and L4 be admitted into the record, and would tender Mr. Kruljak for cross-examination and questions from the staff.
Exhibits are admitted. Attorney Bender, any cross-examination?
I do, Mr. Examiner, thank you. Chance, I didn't catch your last name. May I call you Chance?
Yes.
Thank you. First of all, I want to direct your attention to Exhibit L4. Do you have that exhibit in front of you?
I do.
I note that you start your timeline with 11/15, November 15 of 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that first item on your timeline sets forth the date a hearing was held, a request by Oasis to create two 1,920 acre spacing units. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And are you familiar with a previous case that was heard on December 18th of 2014, nearly 10 years earlier, where XTO made an application for a 2560 acre spacing unit?
Yes, I'm familiar. That was prior to either Oasis or Whiting owning this area.
So do you know if Oasis or Whiting's predecessor in interest opposed XTO's application for a 2,560 acre spacing unit allowing a section line well?
The main predecessor in this case is XTO, so they were the applicant.
Okay. I'm talking about the two 1920 laydowns. Did you own those interests in December of 2014?
Believe he said he did.
We did not operate those units back then. We may have had a small non-op interest. I'm uncertain of that.
And if you know, I don't know that this is terribly important, but I'm just trying to determine if Oasis acquired its interests from some party other than XTO.
The main acquisition was the XTO acquisition, which was in July of 2023.
Okay. When did Oasis make a determination that, using your terms, the section line well was wasteful and unnecessary?
During our review after being noticed by Neptune in September and November.
Okay. And when Oasis planned its wells on the two 1,920-acre spacing units that go up to the section line area that we're proposing to drill a section line well, were they aware of the section line well proposal?
Sorry, at what time? Can you rephrase that?
When you made application to drill the 1,920-acre wells?
We were unaware of any development plans by Neptune in the area at that time.
But did you look at the commission orders to determine whether the commission had authorized a section line well?
I'm uncertain if we did or didn't. I wasn't part of that review.
Do you think that's something Oasis probably should have looked at before it made plans to drill its wells with back builds that went across that section line area?
As far as should have, I guess, going forward, we will make that part of our review.
So that really would have been a prudent thing for you to have done at that time, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And I want to try to understand just what your application is here today. The caption reads, "Application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order to suspend and revoke the permit of the Gullickson LE 36-25 well." Is that correct?
That's correct.
But in essence, you're going a step further, are you not? You're asking the commission to prohibit the drilling of a section line well because it's, using your terms, unnecessary and wasteful. Is that correct?
Yeah, upon our review of the section line unit, which again was recent in September and November of last year, we would seek to terminate the section line unit.
But at the time you made your application, you knew at that time that you didn't want a section line well, that you determined it was wasteful.
Yeah, we did not plan to drill the section line well as Neptune has laid out. Then as the majority working interest owner with over 51%,
yeah, you've already testified what percentage you had. That isn't the question I asked. I asked the fact that all you've asked for in this application is to revoke the permit. Is that correct?
It's been asked and answered.
Overruled.
yes, we are asking to suspend and revoke the permit. We would seek to terminate the unit at a further date if we go that route.
Okay. So you don't think the commission can terminate the 2,560-acre spacing unit with this application the way it's written?
I would leave that up to the commission.
Are you requesting that?
It is something that we would request, yes.
Okay. Do you know what the purpose is for section line wells?
Yeah, the purpose the main purpose, I understand it, is when two units adjacent to one another are fully developed. There's some space in between setbacks, and this would be typically on, two stand-ups next to each other or two lay-downs. There's some undeveloped acreage in between due to the setback, and it's to capture those reserves. In this situation, it's a little different because we have lay-downs next to stand-ups, and we believe, as to our units, that the lay-down will capture the reserves on our side of the unit.
Will the,
And then the setbacks are much smaller on lay-down at the toe and the heel. So the setbacks are actually overlapping one another when you have these perpendicular section line units.
okay, and do you understand what the setback requirement is for the heels of the wells that have been drilled on the 1920 acre spacing units?
150 feet, as I understand it.
Okay, and what's the setback that my client has to observe on the 1,280 acre stand-up spacing?
The section line spacing on either side would be 250 feet.
That's not my question. My question is on the 1,280, what is the setback requirement that my client has to honor?
That would be 500 feet.
So my client has a 500-foot setback and it's 1,280, but your client or your company has a 150-foot setback. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you believe that protects correlative rights?
That's not an objection, that's not a land question.
I'll withdraw the question. I don't have any other questions at this point.
Any questions from the staff? Attorney Thorne, I'll give you a chance for redirect.
Yeah, a couple. Chance, I believe in cross-examination you testified that Oasis acquired the majority of its interest in these lands in July of 2023?
That's correct. We had a large acquisition from XTO.
So in a relatively short period of time after that, you initiated your application with this commission to develop the two 1,920 acre spacing units in November of 2023.
That's correct. It was a top priority for us.
I also look on Exhibit L4. In April, you indicate that Oasis provided notice of its build back on the wells that they intended to drill.
That's correct.
And did you have any communication, or are you aware of any communication between representatives of Kraken and Oasis objecting to Oasis' proposed development plan?
We did not receive any objection, and that is the intent, as I know it, of the drill back notice, to provide that before you get a permit. So that was an opportunity, and there was multiple other opportunities, as I outlined in the timeline event, for Neptune to come and reach out to Oasis.
And is it your experience as a land manager that when companies have objections to your activities, they will let you know?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
That's correct. It happens daily for us. If someone has a problem, they'll reach out.
I have no further questions.
Okay, we'll move on to the next witness then. Mr. McGueen.
This is Ryan McWigan.
I'm sorry, did you say something?
Did you say something, Ryan?
Yes, this is Ryan McWigan. Can you hear me?
McWigan, okay, I'm sorry. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Okay, Ryan, would you please state your name and address, work address for the record, and I think it would be prudent to spell your last name.
My name is Ryan McWigan. We're here 1001 Fannin, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 77002. My last name is spelled McGuigan.
And for whom do you work and in what capacity?
I work for Cord Energy, Managing Director of Engineering.
Could you have to repeat that, Tom?
Would you repeat that, Ryan? You're kind of not coming in real clear.
Yeah, is this better?
That is better,
Managing
yes.
Director of Engineering.
And have you previously testified as an expert in petroleum engineering before this commission?
I have.
Would you briefly give your educational and professional background to refresh their memory?
Yes, I have a bachelor's and master's degree in petroleum engineering from Texas Tech University and the University of Houston, respectively. I've been a practicing engineer for the past 18 years and working in a reservoir engineering or asset management capacity in the last 15.
And in the course of your experience as an engineer, have you become familiar with the geology of the lands that we are discussing today?
I have.
And is it important for you to understand the geology in your function as the Director of Engineering?
It is.
And are you personally familiar with the geology that we're talking about today?
I am.
I would ask that Mr. Guigan, did I get that right?
McGuigan, yes.
McGuigan, be accepted as an expert witness in petroleum engineering and be allowed to testify as to geology.
Motion granted.
Have you prepared exhibits for this hearing?
I have.
Starting with Exhibit 1, please describe Kraken's proposed development in relation to the existing wells that Oasis has already drilled.
Do you mean E1?
E1, yeah. My apologies. E1.
So in Exhibit E1, we are showing the proposed well by Neptune and the light dashed blue line relative to the existing wells, which are represented by the dark blue line. What this highlights is our concern with the close proximity of drilling to the heels of Course Bitterroot and Sapphire development. And view the well as unnecessary and wasteful in that it's spaced 350 feet from the first take point of those Bitterroot Sapphire wells to the east, and will most certainly be an interference with those wells.
Okay. And in summary, repeat Oasis's objection to this proposed well.
Yeah, we view the well as wasteful and unnecessary given its close proximity to the existing development. We think it calls into concern of correlative rights, and we have concerns with anti-collision and loss of our investment in those wells.
Okay. Has Oasis in its history conducted some tests to determine interwell pressure communication?
We have.
Briefly, using Exhibit E2, would you please describe that test?
Yeah, so Exhibit E2 is a summary of a pressure observation well and spacing and interference analysis that Oasis conducted between the years of 2013 and 2018. I'll take your attention to the top map. The star located on that map represents the Cornet pressure observation well, which is a vertical well that was drilled through the Bakken Petroleum System with pressure monitoring gauges placed at multiple horizons in the column. That well was located 300 and 350 feet from an offsetting Bakken and Three Fork wells laterally parallel to those developments.
Okay, Ryan, quick question. When was the Cornet well drilled?
The Cornet well was drilled in the summer of 2013. The offsetting Bakken Three Forks well, the RIN 5341-26H, was brought online in 2012, the year prior. And then the offsetting Three Forks well that were deemed federal 5324-25T was brought online at the same time that the Cornet was drilled in the summer of 2013.
And when Oasis decided to undertake the drilling of this well, what was the underlying purpose for expending the money?
Yeah, the purpose of this test, this investment, was to understand pressure communication at close distances parallel to a newly developed producing Bakken or Three Forks well. And the way we framed this study was through the pressure monitoring of the formation, and that's demonstrated in the graph below, where we're showing pressure at the monitoring locations through time. And what's demonstrated by this, that's the clear pressure drawdown at 300 to 350 feet away from a producing well. And with that pressure drawdown, we know that fluid at that location is moving through the reservoir and being collected by the neighboring wells.
There are also some curves on Exhibit E2 on the left-hand side of where the other curves are. Would you please describe those curves?
Yep, so the blue line is the pressure response from a gauge that was installed in the Three Forks, and the red line is the pressure response through time of a gauge in the Middle Bakken. In both cases, the pressure drawdown in the reservoir was significant, either 2,000 to or 3,000 psi relative to initial reservoir pressure.
Okay, and just, I believe, to summarize, what the graph shows on Exhibit E2 is that the existing Three Forks and the existing Bakken well were each drawing pressure 300 and 350 feet away from the pressure well.
That's correct.
Moving on to Exhibit E3, would you please describe how that pressure well was completed in order to obtain the data?
Yes, so E3 is a wellbore diagram of the pressure observation well, highlighting the different monitoring points that the gauges were installed in the column. Initially, these gauges were installed external to the casing, perforated with isolation between each monitoring point from the casing sheath outside the casing. At a later date, Three Forks 1 gauge was replaced with an internally monitored system that was delivered on tubing, reperforating the first bench of the Three Forks and pressure monitoring.
And as an engineer, do you see any reason to doubt the results from your pressure monitor well that you just showed on Exhibit E2?
I do not.
And what conclusions have you reached based upon this test?
This test shows us that clearly at close spacing to 300 to 350 feet, wells will be in interference with each other, which, if wells were drilled that close together, would be an unnecessary investment into the development of the reservoir.
Existing wells would recover the reserves if they're farther apart than 300 or 350.
That's right.
Moving on to Exhibit E4, describe the relationship of the location of the pressure test versus the subject lands.
Yeah, E4 relates the test to the location of the subject land. The test was located 3 townships to the north. The bottom figure is the cross-section between those 2 locations for the purposes of the study, and as they're analogous to the case today, the rock is similar and all the findings are relevant to the discussion here.
How does the geology in the Cornet well compare to the geology of the subject lands?
In a macro sense, the properties of the Three Forks in the Middle Bakken are similar. Geomechanically across the column, there's no significant differences. So in a macro sense, the test is relevant to the case today.
Have you had an occasion to analyze the historical distance between wells throughout the development of the Pocket Formation?
I have.
Using Exhibit 5, please discuss the conclusions you've reached based upon that study.
Yeah, so Exhibit 5 is a summary of well surveys available in the public data source that have been drilled for the past 10 years. And those are located on the map for this area. The top figure, the bottom figure is the average distance between wells over that time period. And what can be observed is that in the past 2 years, operators have gone away from anything that would be as tight as 350 feet well spacing, implying that it's unnecessary to fully capture the resource.
And generally speaking, what has been the historical distance lately between well bores?
As much as 700 feet between wells to 1,000 feet between wells.
And to your experience, 350 feet is too close recently, right?
That's correct.
Do you know if there have been any industry papers or academic studies discussing wellbore distance?
I do. There have been a number, and I've provided one exhibit, E5 or E6, to summarize a recent study by XTO.
Please describe the contents of E6 and the conclusions they reached.
E6 is a summary of a paper presented by XTO at ERTEC in 2022. In this case, XTO had drilled 2 horizontal pressure monitoring wells, one laterally adjacent to the producing well and one horizontally below. Summarized in the middle of this exhibit is a map of those observation wells relative to the producer, and then below that, from a study of their fiber optic testing, is the distance where frac hits are observed, and what we can conclude from here is that at a distance of 350 feet, the proposed well will frac it the adjacent wells and be in communication with them.
At the bottom in conclusions, you have some items highlighted. Did you highlight those?
I did.
And just emphasize those 3 highlights for the staff.
Yep. So the first conclusion that wells are draining laterally several hundred feet away from the wellbore is consistent with the learnings from Oasis's pressure observation wells. Also summarizes the length of the frac hits, which further supports that these wells will be in communication with each other. And then similar findings from radioactive tracers that they used in the study.
Okay, now you testified and that you believe that this proposed well could cause damage to Oasis wells. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
Have you analyzed the amount of damage that could be caused to Oasis existing wells if this well is drilled as planned?
I have.
Using Exhibit 7, would you please explain how much damage you anticipate Oasis could occur if this well is drilled and why?
The Exhibit 7 summarizes our expected recovery from the laydown 1920 DSUs that we've called the Bitterroot Sapphire, labeled A and B. We use section recovery in this area of 1 million barrels per section, 3 million barrels for a 1920 acre DSU, and then across the 2 DSUs, 6 million barrels. With drilling 9 wells in these 2 DSUs, we expect 666,000 barrels recovered per well. If we were to have an anti-collision event and lose one of our recently drilled wells, that would be in excess of the 2 mile equivalent, which is 440,000 barrels, or through interference of this well to the heels of the wells drilled in units A and B. If a modest 10% was captured from all those wells, that would total 600,000 barrels, which would again be in excess of the well planned in the section line unit.
So the likelihood that the reserves lost by damaging Oasis wells is such that it would be greater than the incremental reserves if the Kraken well is drilled.
That's correct.
I have no further questions for Mr. McGuigan and ask that exhibits E1 through E6 be admitted into the, E7, excuse me, be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any cross-examination, Attorney Bender?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Examiner. Mr. McGuigan, I'm going to try to summarize with questions some of the testimony that you provided. Let's go to your Exhibit E1 first of all. And as I understand your Exhibit E1, you'll have a surface location in the north 1920, and then you'll build back into the 1280 that's operated by Kraken on the 4 wells that are drilled on that top 1920. Is that correct?
The description is correct. You framed the question as a plan. We've already drilled these wells.
Okay, I'm sorry. I knew that. I misspoke. And that's the same situation with the bottom 1920s. You have a surface location on the 1920, but you back build into the 1280 operated by Kraken. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you back build, you stay in a formation above the target formation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, you don't hit the target formation until you're at least 150 feet from the spacing unit boundary, in this case, the west half of the spacing unit, or the west section line. Is that correct?
I will need to direct the precise directional plans and the curve in the heel to Andrew Soto, who's our next witness.
So you don't know if these wells were planned so that the back build would be such that the lateral would not penetrate the target zone until it was 150 feet from the spacing unit boundary?
I can say with complete confidence that the first take point where production will be taken from the reservoir will be no less than 150 feet from the section line.
So if Kraken is allowed to drill its well, and you've used this number throughout your analysis, at a point approximately 200 feet from the east line of its 1,280 acre spacing unit, or the center of the 2560, it'll be approximately 350 feet from the nearest, as you point out, take point in the Oasis horizontal wells. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I heard you use the word anti-collision. By that, do you mean that you have some concern, or Oasis has some concern, that even though the wells would be, the horizontal well that Kraken is proposing would be 350 feet away, that it might collide with with that well? Is that what you mean by anti-collision?
That is our concern, yep.
Okay. Are you aware of any other places that horizontal wells have been drilled up against heels and toes where there's been a setback of 350 feet and there's been a collision?
This is the only instance that I'm aware of where there is a directional plan such as this near backbuild.
So are you saying you're not aware of any situation where the commission has granted an operator the authority to drill a section line well up against heels or toes of other horizontal wells?
I'm not, no.
You're not familiar with that at all?
It'd be better for our next witness to answer that question with more specificity.
But you've made a conclusion here that this well would be unnecessary, is that correct?
I have, yes.
So if there's other situations where the commission has granted similar or identical relief, was the commission wrong in granting that relief? Were those also unnecessary wells?
I'm sorry, I may be missing a nuance of the question. I believe the question was about anti-collision prior. Are we now talking about interference?
Yes.
Yes, I believe that a well drilled this close to the nearest take point of another well would be unnecessary.
So all those situations where the commission may have allowed a horizontal well within that 500-foot corridor up against heels and toes, that was a mistake on the part of the commission, is that correct?
No, there is nuance to this, and if the heels and toes of the existing wells are not a modern vintage completion, they were not backfilled, the first take point was not 150 feet from the section line, there are cases where it certainly makes sense to drill a section line well between heels and toes of the existing well.
Would you be surprised to know that the commission grants this sort of relief on a regular basis?
I would not.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about your 350-foot, I'm not really sure what to call it, I guess, distance between competing wells. If you have pressure communication, which is, I think, is what you said, if you're 350 feet or closer, is that what you were testifying to?
That's correct.
And to have pressure communication, would you have to have drainage?
That's correct.
Okay. So going back then to your Exhibit E1, Oasis's wells are 150 feet from the section line. And if you have communication of 350 feet, you have 200 and some odd feet of drainage into Kraken's 1280, is that correct?
And if we refer back to Exhibit E2, the map at the top outlines the design of that test. In this case, the pressure monitoring point was along the lateral, parallel to the lateral. What you're describing would be a pressure observation point 300 feet on either end from a heel or toe of the producing well. Because I don't have that data in front of me, I couldn't answer that question with any clear specificity.
So you can't tell me then if there's drainage across the spacing unit boundaries, the 1280 and the 1920s, with the heels of the Oasis wells?
I think the 150-foot setback for a heel or toe is appropriate to the spacing unit orders. My concern is with the parallel well that runs north-south and this close proximity to those take points.
But if you don't have any drainage across the section line, how can you have a depletion of pressure?
Well, I'll take your attention back to Exhibit E2, where you do see the depletion of pressure parallel to that drilled and completed well.
I understand that, but
So there are two different.
we're not talking about the
configurations
parallel
that
wells.
we're
We're talking about heels to a well that goes north-south.
Could you repeat the question then?
It's not a tough question. Are you going to have drainage across the section line with the heels of the Oasis wells?
No.
So if you're not going to have drainage across the section line, how are you going to have pressure depletion?
Again, I'll refer to the well that's being drilled north-south, which would create drainage across the section line because it is parallel to the section line.
So what you're saying is that drainage will only work one direction, it won't work both directions. Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that the configuration, the orientation of the wells, how they're completed is significant to the pressure drawdown pattern in the reservoir.
I don't have any other questions.
Any questions from the staff?
First thing, for both attorneys, the commission staff would like to take administrative notice of its well files in these cases.
No objection.
No objection.
Are the Oasis wells on confidential status?
I don't know the answer. to that.
We'd have to confirm that.
Pardon?
We would have to get back to you on that. As common practice, we typically do not put wells on confidential status before they've been put on production.
If they are on,
They're not current. They're confidential.
if they are on confidential status, does Oasis have any objection to the commission noting what their targets are in this order?
No.
When you say targets, Mr. Boer, are you talking about being able to look at the surveys in terms of where the wells land in the 1920s as well as our drilling back into the 1280?
Yeah, I anticipate this order will examine the as-built of these wells, where they are in relation to the section line, what depth they're at, and things like that. So I just want to be able to make sure we can make those observations in the order, and nobody's going to get upset if,
I would request that those be made a part of the record. I don't know how Mr. Throne is going to feel about that if they're confidential, but I would request that they be made part of the record to confirm some of the questions that I was asking.
yeah, I'd have to confirm that, but I believe surveys are automatically part of the record.
Even if the wells are tight hole?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe there's a provision in our administrative code for that. I haven't looked at it for a while, so I'd have to confirm that, but I believe that's what it is.
Ryan, I would stipulate that it's fine for the staff to look at the well files as to the location of the wells you have drilled, unless you tell me you don't want me to do that.
Yes.
It's okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Ryan, on your exhibit, E2, well, let's go back to E1 first of all. The location of the Neptune proposed well, is that a location you got from Neptune?
That's correct.
On exhibit E2, there's the lines on the bottom curve, the lines are discontinuous. Is that where what's the reason for that?
Yeah, good question. In the summer of 2014, we lost the gauge that was landed in the first bench of the Three Forks. Subsequent to that, we re-entered the well and installed an internal gauge. When we did that, the pressure monitoring system was brought down and then reperforating in the first bench of the cause. I'll back up. We went through all the zones and swapped them. And when we did that, we draw pressure down in the reservoir, and then after that workover, the pressure built back up.
So it's a combination of a couple of things?
That's right. There was a gauge that went down. We did a workover within the well, swabbed oil and water from test formations, and then sealed them again and put them back onto monitoring status.
And then can you educate me, what does TIL''D stand for?
Yes. I apologize for that. That's internal nomenclature. It's turned in line or brought on production.
On exhibit E3, the gauges, the external gauges you have on the right, are those all still working?
The pressure monitoring well was brought offline sometime in 2018.
Okay, so they're no longer working.
That's correct.
Was that well plugged?
The well is in temporary abandonment status, I believe.
Okay. And then your internal gauge 4, was there a corresponding external gauge 4 at one time?
There was, that's correct.
On exhibit E5, we would ask that you submit that as a true PDF so we can read. I assume there's numbers in those rectangles?
There are.
Yeah, we can't read them, so if you could submit that as a true PDF, then we can blow it up to see what they are. And what's the significance of the rectangles?
That is the interquartile distribution of different spacings that have been drilled in each of those years. The number in the box represents the average of the data set for each year.
Average of the data in that box,
Of the total year.
of all the data.
That's correct.
On Exhibit E6, this paper that you have included here, you talk about an unnecessary well and interference. Is there ever a reason to place a well at less than an optimal distance even, and know you're gonna have interference?
I think it is dependent entirely on the completion and the vintage of the well. For a modern completion, some amount of interference could ensure that you're fully developing the resource. But we're also concerned about preventing waste, doing it in the most capital efficient manner. It's a nuanced answer, but I'm sure that there are circumstances where that would be a prudent thing to do.
So having interference is not a deal breaker. Sometimes it just has to happen.
That can be the case.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. I have one more question, Ryan. On Exhibit E7, I didn't quite catch it, but I think towards the end of your testimony, you talked about a 10% loss of reserves for space units A and B. Is that what you were indicating?
That's correct.
And that would be because the lease line well is draining reserves across the space unit boundary?
That's correct.
And to make sure I understand, you do not believe that your laydown 1920 wells are draining reserves across the space unit boundary?
No, not at the heels of code.
Okay, thank you.
Ryan, looking at your Exhibit E1.
Yes, sir.
Would you be able to provide a supplemental version of this where you indicate on each of the heels here when they enter the Middle Bakken formation?
Yes.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions on E1. Is there any data available to whether there's, well, first of all, we're dealing with parallel drainage or perpendicular drainage in the case of these wells. Let me go to E2 first. This example is an example with parallel, the monitoring well is parallel to the wells that were in there. Could you restate the timeline that these wells were drilled? The Cornet, and then the Ordine Federal and the Wren Federal?
Yes, sir. So the Wren Federal was brought online in May of 2012, which is not shown in the time axis in the graph in the middle of the exhibit. The Cornet POW was drilled around the same time that the Ordine Federal 5300 2425T was drilled. The Ordine well was brought online in October of 2013, and the Cornet POW was brought online in August of 2013.
Okay. Have you ever had examples where you have this type of pressure drawdown example in a perpendicular situation as we're seeing with this case? Do you have any examples of that?
I do not at the heel or toe of the well.
And do you know in the Cornet well if the pressure response that you're seeing was hydraulic connectivity or propped connectivity?
We don't have any confirmation of proppant out of the POW subsequent to the fracs, so don't have a way to confirm or deny whether a discrete fracture intersected the Cornet POW. I think in general, the matrix permeability is high enough that we see real matrix flow out of these distances.
And so, there's north-south wells in this area, there's east-west wells, indicating there's not a lot of anisotropy in this area. Does either operator have microseismic indicating, any information regarding fracture half lengths in the area?
We have captured microseismic data over the years.
And then one other question. It's been stated that it's wasteful, and I just want to clarify and make sure that I understand what type of waste this well would be wasteful.
Economic waste in the sense that as it's spaced so close to our existing wells, it would either cause damage to the wells drilled in the Sapphire Bitterroot. And we believe fully that if this well was moved to the neighboring 1280, the same amount of total resource could be captured without causing interference concerns with Chord's wells in the Bitterroot Sapphire DSUs.
I guess to my earlier question regarding microseismic, is there any appetite or ability to share that with the commission to help better understand fracture half lengths in this area?
I do believe that we would, but I would need to get back to the commission on that.
Okay, that's all I have. Thanks.
Ryan, a couple of questions just to make sure it's clear on the record, I guess. Looking at your exhibit E1, all of the wells that Oasis has drilled in their 2 spacing units, are they all Middle Bakken targeted wells?
That's correct.
Okay, and the proposed well that Neptune is proposing, is it also a Middle Bakken targeted well?
That's my understanding.
I think Mr. Freed asked for a revised Exhibit E1 depicting where the wells, the Oasis drilled wells encountered the Middle Bakken. I'm going to also ask that identify the 7-inch shoe and the shallowest take point for each of those wells.
Okay.
At least the proposed shallowest take point at this point, since you haven't perfed. Looking at your E5, the chart on the bottom of that, this average spacing that you're presenting here, this is for both Bakken and Three Forks targeted wells through this time interval?
That's correct.
Do you have, or could you provide an example that showed same zone targeted average spacing?
I can.
Please do that, at least for the Middle Bakken. And then in some of your testimony, you indicated the waste was due to damage. Can you, I guess, explain a little bit further? Are you talking economic damage due to loss of reserves and drawdown, or are you talking economic damage to the wells due to frac hits? Can you elaborate a little bit further on where you're going with that?
Yeah, our concern is related to all of those. We think that there would be economic damage from the interference of the wells drilled unnecessarily close to the take points of Chord's Bitterroot Sapphire wells. We have concerns of anti-collision in the drilling of the proposed section line well. And then we have observed in limited circumstances with very close proximity frac hits that can collapse casing and producing well.
Are you aware of any, I guess, since we're talking Oasis, but It's Cord, Oasis, Whiting, or Enerplus. Are you aware of situations where any one of those three entities has drilled a well on a section line adjacent to the heels or toes of the adjacent wells?
I have, and in all the stated, or in all cases of that, it was part of our greater development plan where either the well was not backbuilt and the first take point was extended out to at least 600 feet from the section line.
Okay, thank you.
Attorney Thorne, any redirect?
Yes, a couple. Brian, let's start with Exhibit E1. Do you have it in front of you?
I do.
Now, you're depicting the proposed well to be 350 feet from the heels of the Oasis wells. Am I reading that right?
Specifically, the first take point of the Oasis wells relative to the heel location, it may be closer.
Okay, but the first take point.
That's correct.
And the well that is being proposed by Kraken that Oasis objects to is a north-south well. Are we correct?
That's correct.
And moving on to Exhibit 2, is it fair to say that your concern is, based upon this study, that a north-south well is going to drain 300 or 350 feet from that wellbore and cause the damage to Oasis's wellbore? Am I summarizing that concern correctly?
No, specifically, our concern is the relation of the drainage to the wellbore. In the case of the north-south well, it would be drainage parallel to that well, which is the same as the study where it was parallel to wells drilled east-west.
And it's your understanding that the drainage from the heels of your well would not exceed the 150 feet from the lease line?
That's correct.
And that's fairly standard in the industry, isn't it?
That's correct. We all adhere to the heel and toe setbacks spacing orders.
Now, you were just recently asked a question about if any of your entities drilled a well, horizontal well, perpendicular to an existing heel and toe. Do you recall that question?
That's correct.
And I believe your response was, in that situation, the take point was 600 feet away?
That's correct.
Is that take point in the heel at 600 feet away?
That's correct.
And now those facts are considerably different than what we have here.
That's correct.
And one last question. You've been asked for some supplemental exhibits. How long do you think it will take you to prepare those supplemental exhibits?
A week.
Okay.
I'll address the record being open at the end of the,
I knew that, but I had him here. I wanted to find out.
Okay. Did you have a question, Nathan? You want?
I guess I would ask the same for Kraken, if they have any information that would help the commission on this. Do you have any information on fracture half-lengths, specifically hydraulically fractured half-lengths and propped fracture half-lengths?
I don't think we have anything proprietary. We tend to just be fast followers, so we haven't conducted any, POW well studies, and we certainly haven't done any microseismic.
Thank you.
Why don't you just state who you are for the
Yeah.
record?
I'm sorry, this is Bruce Larson. I'm president and CEO of Kraken Resources Group, which Neptune is a wholly owned subsidiary of.
Okay, Mr. Soto,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Andrew, would you please state your name and work address for the record and spell your last name?
Andrew Soto, work address of 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 77002. Last name spelled S-O-T-O.
And for whom do you work and in what capacity?
I am the director of drilling for Ford Energy, which it owns, is the parent company of Oasis Petroleum.
And have you previously been accepted as an expert witness as a drilling engineer?
I have.
Just to refresh the commission's memory, please briefly give your education and professional background.
I have my bachelor's in petroleum engineering, Bachelor of Science from Texas A&M, 18 years of engineering experience, 14 of which in drilling. The past 11 have been with Oasis Petroleum / Ford Energy.
And are you personally familiar with the lands that are subject to this application?
I am.
I would ask that Mr. Soto be accepted as an expert in drilling engineering.
Motion granted.
Have you prepared certain exhibits for this hearing?
I have.
Before we get into the exhibits, would you briefly summarize the problems Oasis has with this well being drilled so close to its existing wells?
So even though the plan lines do not overlap, there is anti-collision concerns due to ellipses of uncertainty, specifically across only 2 wells that we have concerns with from a drilling standpoint, and those 2 wells combined are AFE for $19 million of expenditure.
Okay, you mentioned ellipse of uncertainty. Using Exhibit 8, please describe the meaning of that term.
So ellipse of uncertainty is a calculation that just shows the possible locations of the bit along a wellbore. So the MWD survey, if you look at the picture on the bottom right, will show the bit to be at the end of the straight line with various uncertainties due to tool accuracies, temperatures, magnetics of the earth, and BHA. That bit can be anywhere inside that ellipse and even outside of that ellipse. So as mentioned with the previous line, not necessarily touching, there still is some concerns. When you have 2 ellipses of uncertainty, which is a one reference well versus another reference well, if those ellipses touch, that would be a separation factor of a 1.0. And a separation factor is just the ratio of center-to-center distances between 2 ellipses. So if the ellipses touch, it's a 1.0. In this case, if you look at the bottom right, if you expand those ellipses by 40%, that becomes a separation factor of 1.4. And then wanted to highlight best practices. This comes from the introduction of wellbore positioning by the University of Highlands and Islands of 2012, and that has since been taken over by the SPE and managed by the Industry Steering Committee of Wellbore Survey Accuracy. Their best practices recommend for separation factors to fall below a 1.5, and they recommend readjusting plans. And if they fall below a 1.25, they highly recommend readjusting plan, as that is inadequate room for directional drilling adjustments and during the execution of phase of the wellbore. And then last comment, this is the best practices. There's no industry standard. Any operator can take on the risk that they say that they deem acceptable, but given the newness of our new wells and the recency of them and the capital just expended, we recommend going with the best practices presented by this book.
In your experience as a drilling engineer, is it your understanding that in addition to Core, did other operators use this same methodology to avoid collisions when they drill wells?
That's correct.
A fairly standard practice.
Yes, sir.
Have you conducted an analysis of the proposed well by Kraken and the opportunity of a collision with the existing well bores of Oasis?
I have.
And
First,
go ahead.
The AC is anti-collision of the Gulleton proposed 10H well versus the Bitterroot Sapphires, which are in the ground. We have various dates that we worked this project based on knowledge at the time. So at the top you see the first rows are...
Excuse me, Andrew, you're referring to Exhibit 9?
I am referring to Exhibit 9, my apologies.
Okay, now continue.
The first row is the well name of the Bitterroot Sapphire. The second row is the minimum separation factor at dated 12/20 when the original analysis was done. And that's the first bullet point you see there. Court has stated that 7 wells failed anti-collision practices. You see 4 of them in red falling underneath a 1.0 where those ellipses overlap. And then 3 wells failing the best practices as mentioned on the previous slide. Outside of that conversation or after that conversation, we do realize that the wells are planned at 2 different horizons. Just wasn't enough time to do the proper analysis at that time. So given the fact that these wells are in 2 different horizons, they are in their lateral, while some of these wells are in their curves. You see the next row, the TVD, true vertical depth of the Middle Bakken Shale, of where we entered these wells at the Bitterroot Sapphires. And so we take those measurements and then plot the minimum separation factor that was done on 12/27 and still find that Kraken or Neptune has 2 wells that fail the best practices as mentioned. The Bitterroot 2B is under a 1.5 at the 1.25 separation factor, and the Bitterroot 5B is below the 1.25 recommendation at a 1.2. So specifically concerned about 2 wells here. Finally, if those ellipses don't touch, why is there still concerns about separation factors above a 1? And that goes to what we're talking about below. Below, you can have a 1 sigma separation factor. That's that red loop that encompasses most projections of the bit.
Okay, Andrew, you're referring to the diagram on the bottom left of Exhibit E9 now?
That's correct.
Okay, continue.
On the bottom left, you see a 1 sigma separation factor. That covers the red. A 2 sigma is in the blue, and that encompasses even more. And then 3 sigma is finally most of the positions where a bit can be when drilling ahead. So Kraken has built their anti-collision plans on a 2 sigma. Therefore, that gives them a 74% chance accuracy to be inside the ellipse. So a 1 degree ellipse wouldn't be concerned in that necessarily, but that also gives them a 26% chance to be outside of ellipses. So there are still collision risks on these new wells that we have, that even though they are larger than a 1 separation factor.
And to summarize, you believe that the risk of damage to the Oasis wells is too high to permit the drilling of this well?
That's correct. I agree that we should follow along the best practices as recommended on the previous slide.
And if 2 of the Oasis wells are damaged because the drilling of the Kraken well Will that cause significant harm to Oasis?
Completely 2 wells will be removed from development of the Bitterroot Sapphire DSU.
If there are issues with the collision?
If there's a collision, it would be catastrophic on Corps then and unable to continue development of that well. There's no repair for a collision.
Okay, I have no further questions for Mr. Soto and ask that exhibits E8 and E9 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Attorney Bender, any cross-examination?
Just a couple questions. Andrew, I want to make sure I understand your testimony. Are you suggesting with these 2 exhibits that the heels may be closer to the spacing unit boundary than 150 feet?
I am stating that both the heels and the proposed Kraken well can be much further east as well,
Okay,
without knowing.
but just to answer my question, right now, the wells are drilled, the wells on the 1920s. Does this presentation that you just made discussing exhibits E8 and E9 suggest that those horizontal wells, the heels, could be closer than 150 feet to the spacing unit boundary?
They could be.
Okay. And you've talked about best practices a number of times. Do you know if those best practices are included in any commission orders having to do with setbacks in drilling horizontal wells, either for the lateral or the heel or the toe?
I do not.
Okay. And you talk about the ellipse of uncertainty, or as I call it, a zone of uncertainty. Can that be eliminated or become less of a problem if you run a gyro at the kickoff point?
That is correct.
Okay. No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Andrew, on your exhibit E9, you have 4 wells noted in red. Which are the 2 that you have a concern with?
My apologies. The 4 wells in red, if you look at the Bitterroot 2B and the Bitterroot 5B, we de-risked those wells in red. And if you look at the minimum separation factor row 4 at the Middle Bakken Shale, listed 1227, those are the 2 wells. Bitterroot 2B and 5B, those separations increased to 1.45 and 1.2.
Thank you.
Because we do acknowledge they are geosteering in the lateral. And so we look at just lateral Middle Bakken only.
Attorney Thorne, any redirect? Oh,
No-
sorry.
no
Never mind.
redirect.
No, wait.
Oh, we got,
Andrew, on your exhibit E8, this best practices from 2012, is the technology the same today as to surveying accuracy as it was back in 2012?
It is more accurate now, and there's better ways to survey management, but the SPE has not updated their recommendation with this best practice.
Okay, thank you.
no redirect.
Okay. Attorney Bender, do you have any witnesses?
Yeah, I have 2 witnesses.
How long do you think-
And some people who are standing by in the event that there's questions that are more technical than these 2 witnesses can
Is
answer.
your presentation going to take a long time? Or do you-
Well, I have one problem. Because of the testimony that was presented by Oasis, I think we're going to have a couple more exhibits, and I'm going to need to make some copies of those exhibits. I need to make 15 of those, and if I can run over to your office here, could come back and probably start at 1 o'clock. So if we could take a short break, but I'll leave that totally up to you, Mr. Examiner. If you'd rather take a lunch break, that's fine with us, whatever you prefer. But if you want to go forward, we're fine with that as well.
Want to plow through it, or do you want to? Sounds like it could take a little bit. Okay, we're going to take a lunch break right now.
Okay.
take an hour. Come back at,
Okay, convene at 2.
yeah, 2 o'clock side.
Yes, yes, we're on. Okay, sounds
Okay, we are back on the record. It is 2 p.m. We will resume case number 31500 with Kraken's testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. We have three witnesses in this matter. Excuse me, the first witness we'll be calling is Alan White, who is present in the hearing room.
Mr. White, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Alan, would you state your full name for the record, please?
My name is Alan White.
And Alan, by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Kraken Resources Group. Neptune is a wholly owned subsidiary of Kraken Resources Group.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Or offer the further testimony as witness that of an expert?
Motion granted.
Alan, let's turn to the packet of exhibits that I've distributed to the commission staff. Let's skip the cover page and go right to what's been previously marked as Exhibit L1, kind of small. It is L1. Identify L1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
L1 is just a regional locator map of the Rawson and Arngard field. If you flip over to Exhibit L2, it depicts the proposed 25 acre, or I guess the in question 2,560 acre spacing unit, consisting of section 25 and 36 of 150-101 and section 30 and 31 of 150-100. Below that plat there, you'll see Kraken operates sections 25 and 36, being our Gullickson unit, where we own a 42.71% working interest. We own 0% interest in section 30 and 31. And at the bottom of that page there, you'll see the working interest allocation where Kraken owns 21.36% of the proposed spacing unit.
And Oasis has previously testified today that it owns a 51% interest. Do you have any reason to dispute that testimony?
I do not.
Okay. No further questions of this witness.
Attorney Throne?
Couple of quick questions, and another witness after you may be better to answer this. But you said that Kraken operates the 2536 1280 DSU,
That's correct.
and on exhibit, do you know how many wells you have drilled in that 1280?
We'll have the next witness, because he'll be talking about Exhibit E1. Or
Okay.
excuse me, yeah, E1, and he can answer that if you don't mind.
Okay, yeah, that'll be fine.
Okay. Any questions from the staff?
Alan, since Kraken doesn't have any interest in 30 and 31, do you have any interest in 28, 29, 32, or 33?
We at one point owned interest in there, but we have since sold that interest, or the wellbore interest in there.
So you have no
You're
interest?
talking about in 150, 100?
Yeah, the laydown.
Yes, sir.
1920s.
Yes, sir. We do not have any working interest in the wellbores.
In sections 25 and 36, you have a 42%, 43% roughly interest. Do you have any partners that would, in this proceeding, that would support you as operator of the 2560?
We haven't reached out to any of them. Typically, what we find is non-op groups don't like to pick a side in these types of situations, so we certainly could reach out, but we haven't at this point. So no, haven't. I can't answer that question for you.
When you look at Oasis Exhibit L4, who at Kraken would be responsible for responding to a request like they outlined here?
With regards to the back builds,
Yes.
typically it would go to somebody in the drilling department, and if there was any objection at that point in time, I'm assuming we would talk as a group and file that objection.
Okay, thank you.
Real-
Any redirect, Attorney Bender?
Nope. Oh, no redirect.
Mr. Larson? Please raise your right hand. Do solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
I do.
Bruce, state your full name for the record, please.
Bruce Larson.
And Bruce, by whom are you employed?
I'm also employed by Kraken Resources Group, which owns, wholly owned subsidiary is Neptune Operating in this defendant in this case.
In what capacity?
I'm the president and CEO.
Okay, and you're an engineer or geologic
I'm
engineer?
a geological engineer by training. Yep.
And you've testified before the commission previously?
I have. It's been a number of years,
Okay.
but I have testified before.
And you had your qualifications accepted as that of an
I
expert?
did, yep.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Bruce, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. It's been previously marked as Exhibit E1. What I'd like you to do, as Alan did, is first identify the exhibit and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Okay, thanks, Lawrence. E1 is just a locator map that shows kind of the proposed development. Now it is. See, it's been a while since I testified. You gotta turn the mic on first. E1 is a proposed development diagram that kind of locates in space the proposed wells that we're here to discuss. I will note that in most of the engineering exhibits, we've referenced sort of Gullickson LE11H, which is a typographical error. That is the same reference well that we're discussing. It's the 10H. We're only planning to drill one lease line well, and where it says 11H in the exhibits, it's intended to be the same one we're discussing here, the 10H. So apologies for that error, but that you will see that on a number of the slides, the 11H, which isn't meant to be a different well. It's the same well. I'll also note on here that we said that the hearing was, that the unit was formed in April of 14. It actually was formed in January of 16, but heard in 2014. So I think a prior witness had testified to something similar. You know, this spacing order was in place and effect for a number of years before, you know, the development that's contemplated here today.
Okay, and then let's go to the next exhibit, E2.
E2 just shows our standard wellbore diagram. In this case, we will plan to drill a pretty typical Bakken well, setting 7-inch intermediate, and then running a 4.5 production liner. Plug and perf completion on the bottom, it notes sort of our typical stage spacing here. So we're about, we typically space our completions about 167 foot apart, which equates to around 60 stages over the lateral length of the wellbore, which will be important when considering kind of drainage at a later slide.
All right, and E3?
E3 is just an aerial picture of the existing Neptune pad. And I guess to answer the direct question on E1, you can see it on this. This is one of the pads, but on E1, there's currently six wells drilled in this spacing unit. 4 from one pad, which is not pictured here in E3, and then 2 on this existing pad on Exhibit E3. The 1H and the 3H are the existing wells here, and then the Gullickson lease line well is denoted on this exhibit as well. Our intention here would be to occupy an existing pad, which is important for the economics of the project. We don't have to build a new, disturb new earth or build a new pad. And our plan is also essentially to drill this well and then refrac the easternmost well on this existing pad, which would be the 3H well. And in that configuration, we essentially have determined that's sort of the most efficient development for the remaining reserves in this DSU, to refrac the existing 3H and then position the well at a sufficient distance to not be interfered with on that refrac, and drain the lease line corridor to prevent waste and protect the correlative rights of the owners on both sides of that lease line well. As you know, a single well on a pad becomes less economic just with the completion operation. So our intent would be to zipper frac this with the refrac and the existing new well, which will also cut down. If someone were to come in later and drill a standalone lease line development well, you'd have twice as many trucks coming by, twice as much equipment moving in and out, and it's more of a disturbance to the landowner. So in our opinion, this is the most efficient development of the remaining resources for in combination with the chord development as you move, the laydown 1920s as you move further east, this is the most efficient development of the remaining resources in this area.
And is that typical for operators when they're drilling the lease line wells, is they try to drill the lease line well in conjunction with other operations, like the drilling of additional wells on the underlying spacing units?
I think it's pretty typical across the industry. Specifically for us, it's almost exclusive. When the most efficient time to develop that lease line is typically in conjunction with development of the remaining resources of that DSU. In this case, we're not drilling or proposing a new well to drill, but we're accessing the remaining reserves or resource with that refrac in the existing DSU.
Okay, let's go on then to the next exhibit, Exhibit E4. A lot of information on this. A lot of it's very important, so take your time going through it, but first identify what it is and then briefly discuss the matters that are contained upon it.
I mean, E4 is intended to be sort of a timeline of development as well as a layout of the maps that Chord, a cartoonized version of kind of what Chord had presented in their testimony. The map on the right of Exhibit E4 shows you the locations, as we've seen in prior exhibits from Chord, that depict the 9 wells drilled in the 1,920 acre spacing units facing east-west in the Bitterroot and Sapphire, and then in conjunction with that, it shows kind of our existing lease line or legacy well that we intend to refrac, the 3H in blue, and then the green dotted line is that Gullickson LE well. As you can, the top left of this just kind of lays out some key timelines, if you will. The intent here when we first got noticed of Chord's intent to drill their first east-west well, what our intent was essentially to try and line up operations to do it simultaneously with them, so such that we were effectively drilling at the same time and fracking at the same time in order to, be good neighbors and try and find the right way to space and complete or develop the remaining resources. In doing that, essentially, that when they first gave us the notification in August of 2024, the buildbacks were not really something we were even considering. We've had numerous cases, both Kraken internally and with other operators, Hess and actually Whiting in a case about 18 or 19, where the exact same thing had happened to us, where we had built back and they were drilling lease line development, and essentially we didn't protest it because we said we trust your engineering, and if you guys aren't worried about hitting our wells, then we're not worried about necessarily protesting the development. So we did get notification of the back builds, and the reason that we didn't bring it up at that time was because we assumed they knew that the lease line corridor was in play, could potentially be developed, and so we didn't think it was necessary to go argue, because we weren't concerned that we were going to have any collisions in this unit. If you walk through the specific event timeline on the bottom left, I think we've talked through a lot of this in Chord's testimony, but importantly, we did have, and then they did mention that when they called us or asked for our initial proposal for our surveys, that we didn't provide them. That is true. We didn't have them. When they sent us the FEs is when we tried to accelerate the development of this unit. So it was something that we had on our books. We were going to develop. We wanted to develop. And when they started drilling east-west, that's when we accelerated our development timing to try and line up with their development. We filed for the permit to drill this well, I think in December of 2024, and they, as they've discussed in their testimony, we agree with that. We did have a couple of calls with all the key people on both sides, and basically decided that we were going to agree to disagree in the matter. So, we accelerated this to try and line up with them. It wasn't intended to be like us competing with them and at this point with the protest now, they've drilled their wells. I think they still intend to frack them. They've indicated us in mid-Feb. We obviously, even if we're successful in this hearing, we obviously won't be able to get kind of right on track with them. But with 2 rigs operating the basin, we could be out here, you know, developing this kind of, we're currently planning for April, but that may be May or March. So sometime in the next few months is when we could come out and develop this. It would all kind of depend on Chord's operational timing as well. If they're fracking, obviously we can't be drilling offset to them. So, you know, in our opinion, what you see here on the slide in E4 is, as I said on the previous slide, just the ideal development to get to the remaining resources and reserves. And the reason that we've elected to drill the lease line well is because we feel that's the appropriate spacing for this remaining space in order to maximize recovery and also economics with efficiencies. We also see it as appropriate to share, in that lease line corridor. We will be a partner to it. Chord will be a partner to it. Anyone in these DSUs will be a partner to those resources that we feel are appropriately developed with this lease line well.
You touched on something that I want to follow up on, and perhaps you heard the testimony differently than I did, and if you did, please correct me, but I thought I heard Oasis testify that if this well is drilled, they could potentially see a 10% reduction in the production on their wells. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, I think I heard the same, and I think effectively maybe what they're saying is that if we were to drain some of their unit, they would lose some of the economics potentially. But I mean, 10%, if it's a 15,000 foot lateral, 10% of that would be like 1,500 foot. So it seems like 10% would be a bit of a stretch on impacts of potential drainage. The other thing that, again, we've had this happen, and we're actually currently in discussions with Hess on a similar situation, just in the same general area. And what they've agreed to do is essentially move the first perf, their first take point on the well they've drilled. They've agreed to move that perf further in because they were also, unlike this case, they agreed that the lease line well was appropriate and legal and should be drilled. And in order to waylay any concerns they had around drainage, they effectively moved their perf further from the lease line take point, which, the way I understand it, I don't think Chord's completed these wells, so they could effectively do the same thing if they chose or wanted to take the same approach. The other thing I'll point out here is, I think like most people or many people in the basin these days, when Chord laid down these 1920s, they overprinted 3 existing stand-up 1280s, and so, as you can see in the map here, in undercutting, we do the same thing, by the way, so this isn't like I'm not making the point that this is a risky operation by any means, but you can see that in effectively drilling under or near wells that are in the same reservoir, the collision, the chance of collision on those existing well bores is relatively high. So, in this case, it's all their own wells. They're taking the risk themselves, but it's tough for me to envision that those wouldn't fail lips of uncertainty if you did the same kind of calculation.
I also heard the testimony of Oasis, and once again, correct me if I'm wrong, but they talked about this, I believe the term they used was a separation factor of one.
Yeah.
Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Okay, and can you explain what that means and what you've learned by seeing their exhibits in terms of the back build and where all the wells go? Do they meet that separation factor?
Yeah, I think Ryan Miller, the next witness, would probably be a better one to talk technically about it. Okay. But in my layman's, call it geological engineering understanding, if we have a tool underneath the ground, and that tool conveys back information through a column of mud or through an antenna in an adjacent well, depending on how you're getting the information. And we think we know exactly where we are, but we may not know exactly. Like if I'm on the surface of the earth and I'm riding my GPS and there's satellites all over, within a small bar of air, I know where I'm at. As we drill and take measurements, we kind of know, but we don't know for sure. And so I agree that that well may not be exactly where you think it could be, and it could drift or build away from where you think you are.
Okay. And I think you've already pointed this out, is that the owners in the west half of the 2560 are going to share in the production on this section line well. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Let's go on to the next exhibit then. Exhibit E5, I believe. Can you
Yeah.
tell us what that is?
E5 is just the standard reservoir data to give you an indication of, in this lease line well, we are intending on targeting the 25 to 35 foot of Middle Bakken at approximately 10,980 TVD. With the various inputs you see on the page, we're calculating around 6 million barrels of oil in place on each 640. With 4 to 5% recovery factor, that would get us to 550 MBO ultimate expected recovery for this lease line well.
Okay, and then the next exhibit, E6.
Yeah, E6 is just our standard kind of DSU well economics, again with the 550 MBO and assuming 8.7 million in CapEx at $70 flat and $3.50 gas. We're calculating 118% IRR, roughly $6.2 million in NPV10 and a 1.75 discounted return on investment. At the bottom of the page is actually an important point as well. So in the event we're successful here and are able to drill this well, we will dedicate, as you saw from the existing exhibit, I believe it was E3, where we showed the aerial picture. Again, on exhibit E3, the aerial picture shows that it's a single pad. So our intent there would be to occupy that pad and then expand and plumb in this well to the existing facilities. We will then dedicate all three streams to contractually dedicate all three streams to our midstream partner out here, which is Caliber. I'm not sure if Chord has the same partner or not, but if in the future there was any question or uncertainty around the ownership of this well after it's granted to someone to potentially operate, it would be nearly impossible to break the contracts that we've put in place and or separate this wellbore out from kind of the commingled facility that we would pursue if again we're successful in this petition. So just something to keep in mind.
So what you're saying in that regard is if the commission denies the request of Oasis and Kraken is able to go forward and drill this well, it could cause some hardships if down the road another operator would come in and say, we ought to operate this because we own 51%, because you would have done some things with the operation of the well that would be difficult to unwind. Is that a fair statement?
It would be almost impossible for us to kind of do that at that point. And again, we realize we do not have the majority working interest here, so as part of the consideration, we would ask, I guess, that that not be an option to come back in the future and take that well away, because we would have integrated into our existing facility and well pad.
Just one more question. If this were a battle between who operates this well, it'd be Oasis, because they have 51%, or Kraken, they have less than 51%, rather than we want to drill the well and they don't want to drill the well. Would you be here opposing?
We would not, no.
It's all about getting the well drilled.
To us, it's a well that the most efficient way to develop the remaining resources with this well, we want to share in our percentage of that well. We're prepared to go develop and drill the well if it makes sense at this point to line up with Chord's existing development. But if they were intent on drilling it in a similar time frame, we wouldn't have any issue at all. No.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the time frame. You may have touched on that when you were discussing, but I think it's important enough to say it again, because there might be some timing in terms of issuing an order.
Yeah, again, the constraint on the timing for us would be to be good neighbors with Chord in trying to line up and not delay them. I'm sure as everyone's aware, if we go in and frack a well and then someone comes in 6 months later after we put an ESP in or done something like that, and then they go to frack it, we're going to have to take precautions to shut in that well and make sure that we don't have an issue with their offset frack hitting it. in that way, you incur additional capital costs that if everyone works together, we can all, do things a bit more efficiently. So the timing for us would be, we can kind of put a rig on it in the next available slot, assuming that we get the permit. Or we can wait 6 months if that's what Cord would want at this point, because they're out there developing and drilling it.
In other words, you're willing to work with them to find
We
a
would
time
be.
that works for both.
Yeah, we would definitely be willing to work with them.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for this witness.
Attorney Throne, cross-examination?
Yes, I do. First, let's reiterate the timeline on Exhibit L4. You don't disagree that you didn't object to any of Oasis' applications, their applications to back build in April?
No, we did not.
You didn't object to their permits when they filed them?
Nope, we did not.
Did you contact them when they filed those permits and talk to them immediately afterwards about your plans?
The one that would have talked to him would have been Alan White. Can I have him answer that more directly? I can tell you what I know, but he would have been the one they would have
Well,
contacted.
as CEO, I'd like you to tell us what you know.
Okay, what was the question again then?
Yeah, immediately after you received the permits for the Bitterroot and the Sapphire wells, to your knowledge, did anyone from Kraken contact Oasis and discuss your plans with Oasis?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know who that was?
I believe it would have been Alan White
Okay.
as the land manager who would have received the AFEs for the Cord development wells.
Let's talk first on Exhibit E3. You could drill another well on this pad in that spacing unit that's not the lease line well, couldn't you?
I mean, by virtue of the NDIC, like legally,
No.
could we?
Practically, could you drill another well on this pad, if it's permitted, on the existing 1280?
I mean, we're currently proposing to drill on the pad, but you mean drilling a well within the 1280?
Another well, yeah, another well, not necessarily the lease line well,
Okay.
could be put on this pad.
I mean, you can see up at the top, originally, before we purchased this, two wells were permitted to
So
be
the answer
drilled
is
in.
yes, another well
Sure.
could be drilled from this pad. Doesn't have to be the lease line well.
Agreed, yes.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit 4. Does the Exhibit 4 depict all of the existing Kraken wells in the 25, 36, 1280?
It does, and the blue line, the blue dotted line is kind of drawn over an existing well, so just to make sure we're saying the same thing, there's 4 wells from the western pad, that gray dot, the 4 sticks going north are existing, and then there's 2 existing wells on the pad that you saw in the aerial photo. So 6 total wells, they're all depicted on this map.
Okay, and let's talk about the existing legacy well. That's an existing well that you want to refrac.
It is.
And how far is that well from the east line of the spacing unit?
That's a good question. Argue. I would guess, from looking at the map, I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I would guess maybe 1,000 feet.
You don't know.
I don't know.
Who would know?
Matt Luna, who's available on the phone.
And so that well, when it's refract, I believe you testified that you're doing it so that it will drain the distance between that well and the lease line well, so that you get all the reserves?
That's correct, sorry.
Yet you want to put the lease line well within 350 feet of the well bores that Oasis has already drilled?
I think the important clarification there is that the proximity of the wells they've drilled to the well we're going to drill would have at best 9 take points along that north-south corridor. If they're going east-west and we're saying that the first stage may be the one that's in interference with the lease line well, they're at best going to have 9 take points. We plan to frack the lease line well with 60 stages, so in our assessment, that would be a more efficient and economically sensible development of that lease line corridor versus the 9 take points from the wells going east-west, which aren't being shared with the offset DSU.
But the bottom line is, the well you want to drill, the lease line well, is going to be closer to Oasis wells than it will be to your wells.
It will be, yes.
Have you considered the possibility of moving this well? You want to move 300 feet west?
We have.
And if you did that, wouldn't it be equidistant between the lease line and your existing well?
Again, I'm gonna guess that it would be close. Matt Luna would know specifically, yes.
If you wanted those reserves, wouldn't it be a prudent idea to not risk ruining Chord's wells and drill a well in the 1280 that would be equidistant and drain the reserves?
It's our assessment that the most economically efficient development is to drill the lease line well in conjunction with the refrac, and we're not concerned about hitting their wells.
I know you're not concerned, they are.
Okay.
But couldn't you drill a well in the 1280 that would be in between the lease line and your existing well?
We could drill one well, we could drill 60 wells. I mean, if prices are $1,000, we could drill a bunch of wells. It's hypothetical, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't a hypothetical. You could drill a well.
It certainly was a hypothetical. You said, could you?
We could drill a well, yes.
Okay. You mentioned a well that your discussions with Hess on. In that situation, give me a little more facts. Hess has lay down horizontal wells?
Again, Alan will know more of the details of this. All I know is at the highest level what the situation is. I
Okay.
don't know the east, west, north, south spacing.
But you offered testimony that that's an example that justifies what you want to do.
Yes, it does.
But you don't know the details.
No, unfortunately.
It's your opinion, I believe, that you're not going to damage the Oasis wells.
It is.
Have you contemplated the consequences if you do?
Sure, yes,
Oasis would lose a well, wouldn't they?
most likely.
Okay. Isn't the owner of 21% of the working interest trying to force the 51% owner to allow a well, kind of like the tail wagging the dog?
As 21% working interest owners, I feel like we have a right and a reason to to try to defend the, you know, the reserves that are included in this lease line or this overlapping DSU, on behalf of our mineral owners in our existing DSU.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Let's see here. First question, Bruce, is, it's been alluded to that you received AFEs for these Neptune wells. And I thought the testimony was that you have no interest in those sections, so why did you receive AFEs?
We originally, we currently have ownership we have leasehold in those sections. So we would have received AFEs from Cord as a result of that ownership. I believe it's fairly minor, but we do have ownership. Once, as an operator, we don't really mess with non-op that much. So what typically happens internal to Kraken or Neptune is when we get those opportunities, we will offer them up for sale to other kind of more traditional non-operated groups. So currently, we would not have any interest in the well bores, but at the time that they balloted and AFE'd them, we would have been a record mineral owner of those wells and therefore received the AFE.
If Neptune is successful in this application, are you willing to carry 51% of the space unit and drill a well?
If Cord non-consents, yes, we would be.
This well is proposed to be in the Middle Bakken. Have you thought about drilling it in the first bench of the Three Forks?
Our geologic assessment out here puts this outside of the window of where we consider the Three Forks economically prospective at current prices. So, you know, we wouldn't contemplate drilling the Three Forks well here, no.
This may be, well, another thing you talked about was the timing, and I will tell you that the soonest an order would come out would be February 19th. That's the next commission meeting.
Okay.
This may be food for thought for both parties. Have you had any discussions on applying for an exception location for a 1,280 acre spacing unit well rather than a lease line well?
I don't think we have, no.
At the same location?
Well, I assume through negotiations you would come to a mutually agreeable spot for the well. Assuming it's inside 500 feet, it would need an exception location.
We had not considered that, and we didn't bring it up, and Oasis didn't suggest it either, so, I mean, I think we would be willing to talk to them if they were willing.
And I would just point out that it's my understanding and experience that the commission has been reluctant to grant those exception locations unless there is a mirror well, and that wouldn't be possible, I don't believe. Not suggesting you would do that, but that's been the practice.
Yeah, an exception, we've had the reduced setback wells that we're all familiar with, where you're talking about the mirror. In my mind, an exception doesn't require a mirror well, but it's something that I think the commission would consider, and based on the unique circumstances in the situation. And if you do come to an agreement, please let us know. So we don't have to write an order. That's all the questions I have right now.
Bruce, you already deferred a couple of well spacing questions to the subsequent witness, I'm assuming.
Matt,
Okay.
he'd know the specifics, yeah.
Okay, I'll ask some questions of him then, but before we go there, in the hypothetical that we did revoke this permit, Mark just talked about the possibility of an exception location. Would Kraken consider putting the well essentially on the 500-foot line and drilling that well?
I think we would look at the economics of it. I don't want to say no, we wouldn't. The reason we've chosen this path is this is what we deem to be the most economical development currently. Prevents waste, but at current prices, there may be an opportunity to still. I don't think we feel like the well that we would drill on our lease in our existing unit would be the same well we would drill in the lease line corridor, but the difference might be small enough that we would still consider that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Attorney Bender, any redirect?
Pardon me?
Any redirect?
No redirect.
Okay. And who's the third witness we're calling?
The third witness, and as Mr. Suggs indicated, we'll have to call Matt Luna, but we plan on calling Ryan Miller next.
Oh, we're gonna call four then. You're gonna
Yes,
call four, okay.
because of the questions that you
Okay.
all want.
Mr. Luna,
No, Ryan Miller.
Miller.
I'm sorry, Mr. Miller,
Ryan, you
Yes,
there?
sir, I'm here.
Okay, great.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Ryan, state your full name for the record, please.
Sure, Ryan Miller. My last name's Miller.
And Ryan, by whom are you employed?
Kraken Resources Group, which is Neptune is a wholly owned subsidiary of. I'm currently Senior Vice President of Drilling.
Okay, and have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Okay. Have your qualifications been accepted as that of an expert?
They have.
For the further testimony, this witness is that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Ryan, I'm going to direct your attention to two exhibits, and we'll have the first page of the two exhibits marked as Exhibit E7, and then the second page as E8. What I'd like you to do is identify Exhibit E7 and then talk about the significance of that, the information that's contained on that exhibit with respect to the application here today.
Sure. Yeah, E7, I guess simply it's just a plot. The one on the left is a further zoomed out plot showing the wells we're discussing today. Obviously are in blue, Galaxin LE10H, that's the proposed well, and certainly showing the Bitterroot and Sapphire wells going east and west.
Can you just stop for a moment?
Sorry.
I handed out the
Sure.
exhibits in a different order. Let's go to Exhibit E8 and start all over again, please.
Okay, so E8 is what I was talking about?
Yep, yep.
Okay, perfect. All right, so I'll start over. So, very simply, this is a plot showing kind of the wellbores in the area. In blue is our proposed Galaxin LE10H, going east and west, and black is Chord's Bitterroot and Sapphire development. And then to the west of the blue Galaxin LE well is obviously our Galaxin 3H well that we're proposing to refrac. In red is the 250-foot hard lines on the lease line spacing unit, and then in green, that is the section line between the two sections there, 25 and 36. I think what's important to note here, what we're looking at it is, this concept of ellipse of uncertainty is certainly can get very complex, but simply the ellipses shown along the wellbores represent the ellipse of uncertainty of the wellbores. As you can see, the well we propose in blue, as you get away from the heel, the ellipses continue to get bigger and bigger and bigger. It's also important to note that these ellipses are derived with the assumption that we're taking standard NWD surveys and then using a correction technology that's commonly used in the industry by Superior QC. It's their fitter product to further reduce the ellipse of uncertainty and correct surveys as we drill. But as you can see, even at TD of the well, so at the top of the page, that ellipse of uncertainty does not cross the section line. So, anyway, that's important to note. Obviously, if if quartz wells are, landed across the section line, that would mean that there's very low risk of us hitting those wells.
Okay, now let's go back to E7, as you did with E8. Identify E7 and briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Sure. E7 here, I think I'll defer to previous testimony and Evander Soto. I think he did a good job of defining what separation factor is. And the numbers he provided were correct as far as drilling the well, utilizing, standard MWD surveys and our correction technology. That said, we talked about he talked about some issues that we basically had separation factors above 1, but less than 1.5, and I can agree that separation of less than 1.5 is concerning and certainly requires further attention from us when we drill. That said, Kraken, regularly drills wells in situations where the separation factors are less than 1.5. I can positively say Core does as well. In the unit, Bitterroot and Sapphire, they crossed some north and south producers where they're either drilling under and over them. In the Bakken, obviously, separation factor there would have been sub 1, much less 1.5. That said, we believe that, we could drill the wells underneath their curves safely, but we do propose that since this concern around anti-collision has been brought up, we'd be willing to run a gyro to TD of the intermediate section. Effectively, air, on a normal set of MWD surveys, air propagates from the surface. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger as you get towards the toe of the well. And if we were to run a gyro through the curve or to kickoff point, effectively we move the datum and the certainty from surface down to obviously lower in the wellbore. Therefore, the illusion uncertainty at the toe is drastically reduced. So here in kind of the center of the slide is kind of a screenshot from well planning software that identifies all the offsets. Oasis' Bitterroot wells are located within the red boxes. I think Andrew indicated that their well of greatest concern would be the Bitterroot 2B. After running gyro in the intermediate section, that separation factor would then increase to over a 4, which I think everybody can agree that is well above and beyond what the industry, sees as, concerning. And then obviously you can see in the other wells, we start getting separation factors north of 20. So in general, I think in their testimony, we got concerned about separation factors sub 1.5. As you can see, we're, multitudes beyond that utilizing this method.
I don't have any further questions. Offer exhibits. Well, I'll offer all of the exhibits at this point in time.
Oh, exhibits are admitted. Attorney Throne, any cross?
I do not believe I do. Well, yes, I do. Mr. Miller, do you agree that there is some uncertainty or could be some uncertainty as to the location of the wellbore? Your proposed wellbore after it's drilled?
Yes, I think by definition, all wells that are drilled in this world, the elusive uncertainty, any wellbore drilled in the world, there is uncertainty around where it is within that ellipse.
And you do agree there is an ellipse of uncertainty that exists in a well?
I do.
And would you agree that if your lease line well would happen to collide with one of the Oasis wells, that it would most likely cause damage to the Oasis well?
I did.
No further questions.
Any questions from staff? Mr. Luna. I'm sorry, do you want to give any redirect, Lawrence?
No, redirect.
Okay.
And I'm going to go forward with Mr. Luna.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Matt, would you state your full name for the record, please?
My name is Matt Luna.
And Matt, by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Kraken Resources Group,
In what capacity?
the Vice President of Development.
And are you an engineer?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And you've testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Mr. Examiner, I don't have any questions for Mr. Luna. I've had him give his qualifications so he can answer some of the questions the staff had. And I believe Mr. Throne may have had a question as well.
Okay, why don't we start with Attorney Throne? Do you have any questions for Mr. Luna?
Yes, Mr. Luna. Are you familiar with the exact locations of the existing wells in the spacing unit 25 and 36 that's operated by Kraken?
Yes, I am.
The existing well that you're going to refrac, and I forget the name of it right now, that's shown on Exhibit E4, which you may or may not have in front of you. What is the exact distance that well is from the east line of the section line?
1,100 feet.
And if the proposed Gullickson well was moved 300 feet west for discussion purposes, would that make it equidistant from the section line in your well? Your existing well that you're going to refrac?
Yes, it would. Yes, it would make it equal from the section line to 3H. I think one thought there on our way we thought about this lease line development and the most optimal and efficient way. It's, we prefer to stay on the lease line and not move 300 feet west based on the proximity to an existing well, a parallel well. So as we move west and we get closer to depletion going north-south, we're just getting closer to those 35 stages of that existing well running all along north-south of our wellbore. Our thought with the current lease line and the take point being 350 feet, chord stage spacing only going to move further east. So the next take point after stage one and all 9 perfs of those 9 wells is likely to be 500 to 600 feet away. So as a committee member, commission member said earlier that some wells are going to experience depletion no matter what. Our opinion here is that based on 9 perfs being 350 feet away, yes, we're going to experience a little bit, but as those stages continue to move east, it's going to be less impactful to that current well performance as opposed to moving closer to a fully depletion well on a parallel direction, just moving closer to all 30 stages.
So your proposed location hurts Kraken less, is that what I'm hearing you say?
We think it helps develop that lease line corridor as most optimally efficient. So it's the most optimal development for that lease line corridor.
That wasn't my question. My question was, your proposed lease line well damages Kraken's existing wells less?
Oh, no. I think it's more about the new well performance as opposed to our existing well.
The new well will not do as well if it's close to your existing well.
Based on the parallel, as you get closer to parallel depletion, I would expect a well to see a performance impact as opposed to where it is now in relation to stages going perpendicular, and they're going to move further away.
And is it possible your lease line well could adversely affect Oasis as well?
It's possible it can affect Oasis as well and our existing well.
Okay. I don't think I have any more questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Matt, the wells, the Kraken wells on the west half of the spacing unit, can you give me an idea what the interwell distance on those wells is?
The one that are not on the furthest west, the tighter wells.
The 4 wells on the other pad, yeah.
Yeah, those are about 528 feet deep.
Are they all Middle Bakken wells?
Yes.
And what the interwell distance that you would end up with between the 3 wells on the eastern pad? Well, let's ask this: the interwell distance between the 2 existing wells.
It is about 1,200 feet.
And the interwell distance you end up with your existing H3 and the proposed 10H?
900 feet.
And all of those are Middle Bakken again, right?
Correct.
I think that's all I got. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Attorney Bender, any redirect?
I don't have any redirect, but I believe there was a question addressed to Mr. White. So, I mean, if that question still exists, and I think it was perhaps a staff member that had a question, but I don't have any redirect, nor do I have any other witnesses.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. White?
I was mistaken. I thought it was Mr. Suggs, but I'm, okay.
Okay, we have the issue of, oh, go ahead.
I guess as a wrap-up, I'll ask Oasis, what is the, I assume if you're successful, the commission will establish likely that you have to drill a well on the west side of the section line. What is the minimum distance you would want that setback set at from the section line, meaning do you want it at 50 feet, 100 feet, 150 feet?
Are you directing that question to Oasis witness? Are you guys still on the line?
Yes, this is Ryan McWigan.
Did you hear Mark's question?
Yeah, yes, I believe the question is what setback from the section line would be acceptable. In other words, how far would we like the proposed well to be moved towards the west? Is that right?
Yeah, if Neptune, if the commission rules in favor of Neptune, how far? Granted, you're not going to get what you want, but what would you want that setback set at?
You know, I think the equidistant spacing between the existing wells and the new wells would be most appropriate. We'd have to see spacing be greater than 600 feet at minimum to be comfortable that we'd be minimizing any kind of interference between those wells. Similar to the same logic of having to space 1,000 feet away from existing wells to avoid interference.
Well, that would not be within the lease line corridor, so that's not going to work. Neptune, what would you suggest as a minimum distance from that section line?
I mean, we've effectively tried to move it as far as we can within the 500-foot corridor. We've targeted it to be 200 foot from the 200 foot to the west of the section line to get as far away from their heels as possible. I mean, I think, again, in your case of a special exception on a 1280, 200 going to 300, going to 350, I don't think we feel like it's going to impact that much. But if we have to go to 600 or 650 to be a legal location in unit, so another 100 feet, 150 foot from.
Well,
if we got to stay within the section line, we'll go as far west as we can.
So right now, it's let's say it's at 200 feet. What's your I refer to it as a drilling tolerance. So if you need to avoid crossing into a certain area, how far do you plan to drill a well from that?
50 foot.
So if we set a drill minimum distance at 150 feet, you'd be comfortable with that? 150, you couldn't be any closer than 150 feet to the section line.
We'd be fine with that, yes.
And then, of course, if it's,
I mean, right now we're 200, so we're even further away than 150.
Yeah, and that gives us 50 foot of tolerance on the other side, basically.
yes, it'd give you 50 feet either direction. And of course, the exceptional location, I mean, if you're 500 feet or beyond, you're at a legal location.
Exactly.
There's nothing, I mean, I guess somebody could protest that, but if it's within a legal setback that's been well established for many years, I don't know that they would have any means to convince the commission that it shouldn't be allowed. And obviously, if it's an exception location, if you contemplated that route, Oasis would have the opportunity to object to
Yes.
that.
Yeah.
But if you guys came to a mutually agreeable location, and they didn't protest it, I mean, then you're basically not in each other's hair at that point.
We would be willing to discuss with them.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
One more additional question, actually, for Oasis, based on some of that testimony that was just had. In the kind of alternative, if this request is not granted, and the well is allowed to drill as it's currently proposed, would Oasis consider moving their shallowest take point out away from the section line? And if so, how far?
It's something that we would have to discuss internally. We developed the 1920 with the understanding that we'd be maximizing the lateral length and recovery of the mineral acreage in that spacing unit to the setback established at 150 feet. Moving them just to accommodate this well that we don't think is necessary and doesn't recover additional resource within the footprint of those sections to the east. I'm not sure that would make a whole lot of sense for us.
In the scenario that you just testified to, having something around 600 feet offset, if you're worried about the wells being hit or being damaged by that well, if it were allowed to happen, would you consider that a more reasonable situation then to move those take points away so you didn't have that problem?
Well, I think like Kraken stated, they have no interest in the 1920 DSUs, and if we are in competition for reserves, that would only result in a loss for us and a gain for them.
Okay, thank you.
I have one rebuttal witness with Ryan addressing something that they discussed on existing wellbores.
Okay.
Do you want me to call? Ryan, are you still there?
I am.
You're still up?
Yep, I'm here. Wait, Ryan Miller or wait,
Oh, excuse me.
Or Cord Wire?
Oasis Ryan, Ryan McGuinn.
Okay. Sorry. Yes, I'm here.
Ryan, did you hear the testimony that Kraken gave about your existing wellbores and your existing 1280s? Did you recall that testimony?
I did.
Could you briefly tell the commission what Oasis' plan is with those existing wellbores and why they are not a problem?
You're referring to the parent well?
The current wellbores that are in the, I think it's 29 and 32, and maybe 30 and 31, the 1280 wellbores?
Yeah, that's right. So in all of our development planning, we do consider the anti-collision concerns with those existing wells that are crossing. In all those cases, most of those wells are older legacy wells that, and often in a strip well status, because they produce some amount of reserves to this point, there's less of a financial risk in colliding with those wells, and because we are fully redeveloping the DSU with a reoriented drainage pattern to the benefit of all the parties involved, that there's an increased reserve recovery from the formation as a result of those crossings. In this case, what we've testified to is that this crossing is unnecessary and doesn't generate increased resource recovery because of the severe interference at 350-foot spacing.
And isn't Oasis planning on plugging those wells?
Yes, they're off the frac head and filled with sand post redevelopment where they're plugged.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Any Bender, any Cross?
Maybe one or two. Mr. McGuinn, is it McGuinn or McGuinnen?
McGuigan.
Okay, McGuigan, okay. When you drilled your horizontal 1920 wells, did you hit any of those wells that go
No, we did not.
north-south? Pardon?
No, we did not.
You did not? Are you
We did not.
familiar, you would agree with me, would you not, that a lot of 1,920-acre spacing units have been drilled in North Dakota that overlap perpendicular 1280s?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you aware of any situation where an operator hit a existing well with the overlapping 1920? Okay, no
No,
further
I'm not.
questions. Thank you.
Any questions from the staff? Okay, we have one final issue. We just want to keep the record of this number of supplements that have been requested. I know you said a week works for you.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, a week. Does that work for you, Ryan? Oasis, Ryan?
Yes, that worked.
Works for us
Okay,
as well.
okay, so we'll keep the record open in this case until January 29th.
Let me tell you what I have in my notes and see if that agrees with you. We want to submit Exhibit E5 as a PDF with specificity on where the Oasis wellbores enter the zone in the Middle Bakken. We want to submit Exhibit E1 with the same thing. Correction, E5, you want the diagrams for the Middle Bakken. E1 is where you want the wellbore locations. And you also want to know where the 7-inch shoe is at its shallowest take point on Exhibit E1. Those are the two I have.
And I think Oasis was gonna see if there's any microseismic data they were willing to share.
Yes.
Do I have anything else?
Just a point of clarification on E5, it was same zone, Middle Bakken to Middle Bakken depiction on
Yeah, yes.
the lower graph.
I misspoke. Thank you.
Was anything requested of Kraken, Attorney Bender?
Pardon me?
Was anything requested of Kraken?
I think there was, but I'll go back and take a look at my notes and send an email to the commission copy, Tom, and see if we got a list.
Okay.
Don't take any more of your time.
Well, that's fine. Okay. That concludes our hearing for case number 31500. That concludes our hearings for the day.